Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. Friday motherfucking yeah. Are you ready? Get your brains out your ass and help me. Ooh. Gonna figure out these murders. And maybe what's going on. 'Cause I have no idea. Well, I have a little bit of an idea, I guess.
Ah, yes, y'all. What is up, everybody? How we doing today? Good? Good. I don't know how that happens, but anyways, what's up? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we're going to continue on with the incident at Galley House. It's more than one incident, though, isn't it? It's a lot of incidents at Galley House. So, we finally kind of got some confirmation that in this game shit is going, like, there's some supernatural shit going on. We finally got confirmation that some otherworldly stuff is happening, and now I'm kind of like a little bit like right at the end of the stream I was like, man, I might be done with this game. It is not making any sense. And then one dude in the game was like, hey, weird shit happens at this place. I'm like, okay. So it is timey-wimey or supernatural, ghosty-wosty, whatever the fuck. So, yeah. That's where we left off yesterday. We got about half of the days at least accounted for. They're not filled in, but we got pretty much half the days accounted for. So that's nice. We're probably going to use some hints, maybe brute force a little bit, just to let you know that's where we're at. We're probably going to do that a little bit today. So, yeah, I heard Stream Elements being acquired by Razer, which is weird. I use Streamlabs, so that's not going to affect me all that much, but yeah, I saw that. I wonder what they're going to do with that. I mean, like, are they going to continue Streamlabs going? I mean, I'm sure they are, right? Streamlabs has to make money.
Eat my asshole!
And eat my asshole.
Once upon a time, but then it became a corridor. Wait, this joke does not work when translated.
Okay, Lash. Maybe you need to get a localization team on that joke. Yeah. Any changes coming? Is it going to be paid? I personally use them. There was an article. If you want to link the article there, Cosmic Blib, you can. Be my guest. I don't know where the article from, but I saw it in the Discord. I'm not sure, like, how do they make money? Through ads? Like, through sponsorships? Like, I use, like, Streamlabs because it's free. It's just a free alert system that I use. I'm surprised Razer is still around these days. I don't know anyone that uses their products anymore. I don't either because they are, I mean, they're not all bad. But a lot of times Razer stuff looks cool, but is made cheap. Some of their stuff is okay. But a lot of their stuff is very much like, man, that looks super cool. And then you hold it and you're like, fuck, I broke the thing. There you go. Thank you, Khalith, for the article. From Games Press, apparently. Thanks for the eye contact. It's really making this moment special. You're welcome. Look deep into my eyes. Stream Element had a huge investment, but they used all the money and they needed... Oh, all the money needed... Oh, and needed to be taken over. I see. Okay. I bought 2 Death Adders, both lasted about 1.5 years. I bought some Razer stuff, but everything I've bought, like Razer and Elgato have the same like track record personally for me. I can't like say like by and large they're terrible, but like I've had bad luck. Like the only thing that I have bought from Elgato that I still use is the face cam. Because it was affordable and it's, high definition. I think 1440/60. So everything else I bought from Razer and Elgato has been like bad to iffy. Most of my shit is Logitech. My mouse is a SteelSeries though. I like that SteelSeries makes a mouse that fits my hand and it's nigh unbreakable. Like I have slammed the shit out of these mice and they just beg for more. That's why I like them. I'm not sponsored by anything, by the way, just to let you know. Like no one has sponsored me for any reason for any of these products. I'm just telling you what I've used. Which mouse do I got? I got a basic one. It's just a basic mouse. It's this guy. Got 2 buttons on the side. I don't need a really like super expensive mouse. I don't play I'm not a competitive gamer, so. It is the 310 it looks like. Yeah, old man eyes. Yeah. Oh, the Sensei, the Sensei 310 ambidextrous esports mouse. It actually says esports mouse on it, but yeah. Yeah, the Sensei. But I use it because it's just a basic mouse, but it's tough and it works. And it fits my hand, which is, they make bigger mice, which I like. Yeah, don't fix what's not broken, man. No, I've been using SteelSeries mice for, I don't know, 10 years. No, I don't like those mice. I don't like the more complicated Logitech mice because I break them. There's so many like easily breakable plastic pieces in those things. So if I get a mouse, it's usually pretty basic and hardy. Like that's one of the things I look for when I look into like getting a new peripheral. It's like, will it survive Gorilla, Streamer, Zeke, Pound and Smash? Like, will it survive me? I do have one wireless. I have a wireless for my streaming PC, but it's just your basic. All I really needed this one, and it's actually funny enough, it actually needs to be replaced right now. But it's super basic. Like my setup is as basic as you get. Except for my PC, my gaming PC. Everything else is pretty basic. I love my Corsair mouse, but their app is complete dog shit. I like the SteelSeries app. I can jibe with that one. I don't have to use it a lot, but when I do use it, it's been pretty good. All right, so today we're gonna keep checking out the incident at Galley House, and tomorrow is If Then. It's the first Saturday of the month, which just happens to be the first of the month.
This is Co-Carnage,
and we're gonna talk about Co-Carnage.
Make sure to wish
Oh my God! What have I done? What have I done? No! We want more. We're not done with Co yet.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Co-Carnage.
That's right. Thank you, Orange Willie. No, I didn't break the special Starfield mouse. I have it somewhere. I'm just not using it. Anyways, today is going to be Incident Galley House. Tomorrow is If Then, like I said. And Indie Saturday, we're going to be playing indie games, and also we'll have a sub goal to hit. And bring out your subs, your gift subs, your resubs, all that stuff tomorrow. And we'll have a fun time and get you in the drawing to pick any game you want me to play later on this month. It's actually going to be earlier this month because I'm going to be leaving for the burn on the 29th. Or no, excuse me, 26th. So it's looking like I'll be playing that game on the 18th or the 25th will be the if-then game for this month. That's the day I'll be playing it. Don't forget to bring out D's nuts. And don't forget to give me your game suggestions too. Give me your indie game suggestions. We had a banger week last week. As you can see, we're playing the games from last week. So give me your game suggestions in my Discord. I should have a bunch actually, because there was a lot that were suggested that were not released yet until this week. So should have a good amount. Who is this guy Zeke always mentions? You don't want to know. You don't want to know. Have you heard of Stalin? He's not as bad, but close. He's trouble. You don't want to get involved with him. Just steer clear. All right. So that's what's coming up. Come on out tomorrow. Stay here right now, of course, but come on out tomorrow for the if then. All right, let's do it. Incident in Galley House. Let's fire it up. Let's get into the mysteries. I would love to do a recap, but it's kind of a mess right now. So if you're confused or you don't know what's going on, kind of neither do I. But we did get one scene that kind of helps us out. Well, two scenes actually. So Eddie Galley, one of the people that lives here in this house, in this mansion, has grabbed well, you'll see. This was a pivotal scene. It was the end of the day yesterday. This really helped kind of like solidify that we're not just dealing with a straight up mystery.
Don't kill me.
Be quiet. Get in the pantry.
So he puts him in the pantry.
I found him. He's in here.
No need to worry. Everything's under control.
Where's Oswald? Is he all right?
I'm in here. Can you hear me?
What the hell are you doing, Eddie? Get him out of there!
Hey! That's my gun! How did you get that?
Eddie found Tony's
Look,
gun.
I'm sorry about what's happened. But everything's going to be normal from now on, I promise.
You don't know what you're dealing with. You need to let him out of there. He's the only one who knows what's going on.
Exactly. I promise if these things keep happening, then we can let him out. But I promise you they won't.
You don't understand.
Give me back my gun!
I'm keeping it. I'm sorry, but this is my house and I need to take control. You can have it back when you leave.
Yeah, and there's a weird, like, mechanic Dr. Possible just mentioned that if someone dies in the house, everyone forgets them, forgets they ever knew them. Something of that nature, and it all like kind of orbits around this weird pocket watch. This pocket watch has been like the center of the weirdness. Like when someone winds the pocket watch, something happens, not sure. But yeah, there's like, they have like a time twister from fucking Harry Potter or something like that. That just makes everything weird. I don't know. And there's thunder that does stuff, I guess. I don't know. Like, we still have a bunch of scenes to figure out. So hopefully all the pieces will come together.
Until I find out what's going on
Yes,
here.
it is a deduction game like Oberdin.
Let's
yes.
all keep our heads here. This sounds like a sensible idea to me. We keep him in there
Who
until...
the hell are you?
Look, like it or not, I'm the one with the gun. And I'm going to hold on to the pantry key myself, so don't try anything funny.
How many bodies are there? By this moment in time, 16. I'm not sure if they're hours, but I'm just going to call them hours. By the 16th hour, there are 4, I think at least, if not 5 dead bodies of the people that are in our Guess Who catalog.
Annie, where's your sister? I need to talk to her.
Find her yourself.
Great.
Wait, before you go, if anyone finds something new or needs to get everyone's attention, play the piano in the living room. We'll all meet there. Does that sound all right?
What about me?
All of us except Oswald.
Sure. Nothing will happen anyway.
You're making a mistake, Eddie.
Just leave me alone. Why can't you be more like your sister?
Oh, shit.
Is he gone?
What the hell was that about?
Hobbs, I need to tell you something.
What's that?
I remembered. I remember where I met Martha.
Oh? Where?
At her wedding. I was there at her wedding. Ask her who she married.
Huh. Right. I'll go and ask her that.
He's gone, Oswald. Are you all right?
I'm fine, my dear. Now, come close, both of you. We need to talk.
Okay, so we got a few clues from that. Eddie has a gun. We have to figure out how he got that. Martha, John is gonna go ask Martha about her wedding somewhere. We don't know where Martha is. So we're gonna go ask her about the wedding somewhere at some point. And then we got this scene. After everybody left, it was just Annie, Oswald, and Tony in the kitchen. So this is where the plot goes blunk.
We can hear you, Oswald. Tell us what happened.
Thank you, Vincent, to giving sub to Janie's Gata again.
I don't think I've ever been inside this pantry before.
We heard a gunshot.
It wasn't aimed at me. I'm perfectly happy here. In any case, the owners of this house will get what's coming to them.
What do you mean? Can you tell us what's going on?
I lived in this house for a long time, my dear. I never saw anything like this.
We think that maybe what's happening can't be explained by physical means. Would you agree?
I think that much is clear.
There. That much is clear. There it is. That's the big, ka-thunk. That Oswald knows that there's supernatural shit going on in the house. Tony asked and he was answered. And there it is. That was the confirmation that we had, the suspicion we had all along with that there's either time travel shit going on or there's ghost shit going on. Something all that kind of shit. And hopefully, if there's a way we can get into the chapel, a lot more shit will be answered, because the chapel is the only place on the grounds that we have not seen a scene yet. And ostensibly there's clues and shit in there. We don't know, time ghosts. That's what I'm saying, Mr. the Beast. That's why this started to intrigue me. It had me, started to lose me, really started to lose me, lost me, and then here it was okay. Had me again a little bit. So, Pete, thank you for giving a sub to shave your eyebrows. Fuck you, man. Save those for tomorrow, by the way. God damn it, dude. I'm just waiting another 7 seconds before the ad break to be over so we can continue on without the people on ad break missing anything. Okay, we're good. All right. So those of you who are on ad break, I was just discussing that this is where the supernatural shit was confirmed. So we know there's some weird shit going on that is outside of the physical realm of possibilities.
The next step, of course, is to figure out what's caused all this. And I have my suspicions.
You think this is about the current owners? That doesn't make sense. They've lived here since I was young, and nothing like this has ever happened.
Maybe it's something to do with the pocket watch?
Bing!
It could have
It
belonged...
looks too new.
Well, I don't know, do I? It's got to have some reason to be here. Who put it in a box and wrote Rupert on it? Someone must know something.
I'm not aware of any history of a pocket watch. That also doesn't sound like normal supernatural activity.
Do you know anything?
Did you see that sentence? Normal supernatural activity. What? That doesn't sound like normal supernatural activity. That's supernatural activity.
Thing about supernatural activity?
I've never encountered it so directly before.
Abnormal supernatural activity.
Clearly, someone's done something that set all this off. And there aren't that many people it could be.
Isn't it more likely that you caused all this when you dropped that doll? Damn it! I told you to stop and you didn't, you idiot!
The doll dropped in the very first scene in the attic, I think. Let me see, I have the sound effects. No, the second scene, excuse me. The O2, second scene, doll breaks. I don't know the significance of that at all. I just know that's where it happens. And apparently Annie is blaming supernatural activity on the doll breaking?
Look where that's got us.
And I swear...
There's only one place I can think of that might hold the answers.
Where?
The chapel.
But I'm afraid the only key is in here with me.
The old chapel? Can't we just break in?
You could try, so long as you don't fear the consequences.
Quiet. I hear voices.
It's just whoever's in the room above, and... Don't scare me like that.
It sounds like they're arguing. I should check she's all right.
Wait, what should we do about Oswald?
Well, Eddie has the key. Listen, go upstairs and look under my pillow. There's something there we can use to convince him.
Anne...
Just go and wait up in the attic. I'll come and meet you there afterwards. I won't be long.
Okay, so we got a clue that Tony is going to the attic. We also got a clue that during this scene, the people are arguing upstairs. We don't know who. They're not being very specific about it. But we can go Tony in the attic on 18. Wait a minute. No, not 18. Yeah, 18. 18. Maybe both of them. Tony and Annie. Maybe 19? Maybe just Tony. Fuck you! See, they give me a clue that says, go up and wait in the attic. I'll come to meet you afterwards. I won't be long. Look under my pillow. There's something there we can use to convince him. All right. So continuing out, what's this machine? It's basically like the scene rebuilder. So you put the time frame, the room, and the people in it, and then it shows you the scene if you're right. If you have the right combination of people, it shows you the scene. So, maybe Oswald is in the kitchen
Zaklav.
by himself in 19? 18, I mean? He's in the pantry. Oh, he is! Let's go! Oh, what are we on? 18 bell rings.
They keep their pantry there.
Some time passes. Thunder. Okay. Are you in there by yourself at 19? I doubt it. Nope. Okay. So someone comes down and maybe lets him out at 19. All right, so these green stop signs. Vexy Love, thank you for the 6 months, by the way. These green stop signs say there's another scene to be discovered using this information. The information from this scene. So this is a well previous scene. So by 18, which is the furthest we've gotten besides the last two scenes. By 18, hold on. Thornton, Eve, Helen, and Damien, I think, are all dead. So by 18, all of the 4 of those guys are dead. Okay. Yes, I noticed a pattern. Yeah, starting from here, it goes up. The last person to die is John Hobbs. So I'm guessing, like, as far as the pattern goes, they've died in order from 11 to 1. Thus far. This one was first, 10, 9, 8. I'm guessing Victoria's next. What do you get if you add up all the seconds of your life? A lot of food you probably didn't need to eat. Oh, seconds. I get it. Okay. 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 I don't remember her. I don't remember any of them. I don't even remember pulling the trigger. Okay, so there's a bunch of scenes that I get from this. Oh, 2, 5, and 7 are not ghosts. I just don't know what they look like. That's the thing. Like, I know what all these look like because of descriptions found during the game. Like Annie, I don't know what Annie looks like because she could be one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. There's 6 females left on this little like board here, and I don't know which one is which. I'm guessing she's not old because she's with Damien. So it's one of these, and I'm guessing they did. You'd think the wheelchair user would be the easiest one to find, but I don't know if anybody in there is in a wheelchair. They haven't mentioned anything about a wheelchair at all. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
Okay, I'm guessing this is probably Annie. The evidence of a missing ring. Traces of ash. Yeah, see, like I haven't found anyone that's burned anything. So we've got, yeah, all the people that are left are ladies. And Martha is the older one. So I'm guessing this is Martha. And we know she was married. But it could be this one too. They just haven't mentioned anything about a wheelchair. And Martha's room, if I'm not mistaken, is it's upstairs, so I doubt she'd be the wheelchair. So my best guess for Martha would be this one right here, the hedgehog. Because the age is appropriate, but like, drawings are weird, man. She wouldn't be pregnant either. I would assume that she's a bit old to be pregnant. So I'm 90% sure this is Martha, but like, I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. Thank you, Salvage Bar, for the bits, by the way. Okay, so let's focus on getting more scenes. There's one scene to be gotten here. Okay. So Helen is Tony's mom. We know that. She knows where the pocket watch is. Haven't had it for long, not sure I bought it really, and now with this strange man walking around the house, you know, I spoke to one funny gentleman in here a moment ago that wanted to go visit the chapel in the dead of night, rather not attract the attention of men like that. Name on the box, so I don't seem to recall. Never mind. You said you knew the whereabouts of my watch. Did I? I just meant I'd seen someone come out of your room holding it. I didn't see who it was. Annie has the watch, and then Damien has the watch later. Or no, excuse me. There you go. Tony has the watch. Because he says right now, where does he say that? He says, I need you to hold on to something for me. Don't tell anyone else about it. So Tony has the watch in that scene. I haven't even been near Helen's room. I didn't say you stole it, but Helen said that you know who did. I also saw you and Tony talking secretively over dinner. Okay, no point lying to me. Tony's probably hidden it somewhere. The number in the green box. There are more scenes to discover using information within this scene. So it's telling you, like, reading this scene, you'll be able to discover a new scene. Tony's probably hidden it somewhere. That's all I need to hear. Look, I'm sorry that I'm sleeping with your sister, Annie. That doesn't mean we have to be enemies. Lucky Martha didn't make you sleep in the attic. Haha. I've spoken to Tony. It's almost landed me in trouble. I came down to the living room just before dinner. Okay. So hold on. Does Eve... Yeah, Tony leaves. So Eve might still be in Eddie's room in 9. I doubt it, but... And if she is, I doubt she's alone. Yeah, no. Okay, that's... Damien has the watch eventually. Just... One strange man's walking about. He used to live here a long time ago. I think I'll go ask him. So we found Annie and Oswald in the dining room. So maybe Damien is in Victoria's room by himself in 9? Is it 9? 10. No. Okay. Tony said there was a name on the box. I don't seem to recall. Never mind. Hey, where am I watching? Did I? I'd seen someone come out of your room holding it. Yeah, so we don't know who was. It was Tony. Where's Tony? Tony. In Helen's room. In 5. Maybe 4. Oh shit, there we go. Okay, now we see Tony get the watch. Yep, bottle smash on 4.
I knew I recognized the name. Oh, what the hell has Mum got herself into?
Wait a minute. He recognized the name on the box?
Can't just leave it here.
Oh, you prick! Tell me where you're going, though! Oh, you fucking dick. Where'd you go? Wait, Helen's room. There we go, Helen's room. And that wasn't it. What? Okay. Are you guys seeing a clue to another scene from this one? Because I've looked at this one like a million times and I can't see a clue to another scene. I don't drink anything. I know where your pocket watch is. Stolen. I shouldn't have brought it with me in the first place. I knew it would trouble. What do you mean? I haven't had it for long. I'm not sure why I bought it. Now the strange man walking around. You know, I spoke to one funny gentleman in here just a moment ago, which we already did. Yep, Helen and Oswald. We got that scene. Tony said there was a name on the box. I don't seem to recall. Never mind. My dear, you said you knew the whereabouts of my watch. Did I? I just meant I saw someone coming out of your room holding it. I didn't see who it was. Helen. Oh, Tony said there was no. So he did talk. So Annie did talk to Tony. Okay. So is it Annie and Tony in the attic at 5? Let's go.
Anne, it's me. Open the door.
Oh, Tony, go away. You've caused enough trouble already.
I have something you're going to want to see.
Is that expensive? Where did you get that?
Listen, something fishy's going on. Haven't quite figured it out yet.
Did
Me
you
neither.
steal it?
No. Well, yes.
Sort of.
Look, some stranger just turned up. No one knows who he is. And apparently he's looking for someone called Rupert Galley.
Oh, some old man. I think he came in after you left.
What? Oh, you're probably thinking of Oswald. Funny moustache.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, he's not important. Everyone else was there in the living room, and no one claimed to know who Rupert Galley was.
Oh? Strange.
So Annie and Tony both know
Exactly.
who Rupert
Except
Galley is?
I'd seen the name
Oh, no,
once
no.
before.
He-
on a
only he
small
does.
box that my mum keeps in her room. She showed
Oh,
it to
just
me
because
just
of the
before
box.
I came up and met you, but I didn't think anything of it.
So you stole your mum's pocket watch?
Well, yes. The stranger must be looking for it. And I don't want my mum to be caught up in this if things go wrong.
Why would things go wrong? Have you spoken to your mum about this?
I don't want to tell her. If someone's looking for it, then I'll keep it hidden until we leave. She doesn't need to know.
It must be valuable. Why are you telling me this?
I don't really know anyone else here.
Oh, Tony, you're going too far. Give me the pocket watch and I'll give it back to your mum.
Thank you, Trash
Are you
Hunter,
mad?
with the 5 gifted
There's no way I'm
subs.
giving this to you.
Give it to me or I'll go tell her you stole it.
Anne, what the hell? I thought I could trust you.
We don't know each other. And you don't know how much I need this.
I need to go. Don't tell my mum, Anne, or you'll regret it.
Tony, wait!
Okay. Yo, Trash Hunter, thank you for giving out 5 subs to Ryzen McQuinn, Troubleman72, Bion Spy, 7725, Tenenvale, and Tower Control.
Hail, Besiegers!
Thank you, Trash. And also Kicks Out with a 67 months. She did not take it. No. No. Tony still has the watch.
Hello, Zeke. Hello, Chet Smile.
This is co-carnage. Make sure to wish this co-carnage. Make sure to wish this
Oh my God! What have I done? What have I done? No! Thank you, Pete. Appreciate it. Yeah, he refused to give her the watch. However, that opened up another scene. Let's see. Okay. We know where Oswald is in this one, right? Oh, we don't. Someone's looking for it, then I'll keep it hidden until we leave. She doesn't need to know. It must be valuable. Why are you telling me this? I don't really know anyone else here. Tony, if you're going too far giving the pocket watch, we'll give it back to your mom. Are you mad? There's no way I'm giving this to you. Give it to me or I'll go tell her you stole it. That I could trust you. We don't know each other. You don't know how much I need this. There you go. Don't tell mom. And or you'll regret it. Tony, wait. What the fuck? Okay. This scene leads to one more, and I don't know what it is. Do we have... Yes, Annie. Annie leaves the attic to go talk to Helen.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
Okay, the only two people we're missing right now is Eddie and Victoria. Where were they previously? Yeah, we already have that. We have or in 03. Oswald and Annie in the attic talking. Yes, we already have that. The living room scene that's referred to? Yes, the one with everybody in it. Yeah, this one right here, yeah. Okay, so I mean, the only people we're missing in this is Eddie and Vicky. And in the previous scene, Victoria's in the attic, and Eddie's in the billiard room. So maybe Eddie's in the billiard room by himself in 5. Maybe Victoria meets him there. Oh shit, there it is.
Eddie?
Hi, Victoria.
Have you lost something?
Eve's ring. I know it's in here somewhere.
Would you like me to help you look for it?
You could do. Thanks.
I'm sorry about earlier. I went to go and talk to Annie just now, and she won't cause any more trouble. And I'm sorry for interrupting you. I shouldn't have let that man in.
Honestly, Vic, it's fine. I'm sorry if I seem to be in a bad mood. It's, been a rough evening.
Is everything all right with you and Eve?
Oh, it'll sort itself out. We just had a bit of an argument.
Are you sure?
These things happen.
I've been meaning to say...
Yes.
I know
Victoria and Eddie were
the last time
an
we
item,
met.
I think.
And I'm sorry that we don't talk so often these days.
She left him for
I've
Damien,
been busy
or
with Damien and everything else.
She left him and met Damien.
It's fine. It was my fault. I shouldn't have. I was.
Or childhood friends. There you go.
That was a long time ago, and I still want us to be friends.
Of course. It's nice to have you here.
Thanks. Here's the ring, by the way.
How long have you been holding that?
I spotted it as soon as I walked in. Come on, let's go to dinner.
Oh, ring found in pocket. Okay. I think this is Victoria, because she was dead by gunshot and Eddie had a gun and he had, I don't know if he had motive to kill her, but he had the gun and he knew her. Great. More questions. Fuck, man. Eddie and Vicky leave. Oh, Eddie and Vicky, okay, go together somewhere to 6. Do they go to the dining room? Are they the first ones to the dining room then? Okay, so 6 and 7, god damn it, in the dining room at 6. It's not gonna be just them though. Well, it wouldn't be Oswald. So it's Martha, Tony, or both. Okay.
Hello, Mum.
At 5, Martha uses the phone. Okay.
Is everything all right?
Yes, of course. You're just a little early for dinner, that's all.
Are you sure? You seem flustered.
Well, you know how it is. It's not easy organising dinner for a house full of people with only one member of staff.
I am sorry, Martha. It was my fault for...
I hope that you don't mind that I brought that man in from the cold, Mum. I thought he looked fairly harmless.
Are we talking about Mr. Hobbs? He's the least of my concerns. It's nice to have some new company, if you ask me. And it's a pleasure to have Annie here as well, Victoria, so I wouldn't worry.
Is there something else to be concerned about?
No, heavens no. Look at the two of you back together again. You make a great pair.
Thanks, Martha. Eddie was just complaining about how he couldn't find something when I walked in and...
We were just talking about old times. I was looking for some chalk for the cues.
You two were so close as children.
There we go.
It's so funny seeing the both of you here again. You know, Victoria, I really think... Well... Never mind.
Mum, can we please not talk about us as children?
Oh, you were so grumpy when you were little. I remember.
Do you still have that bracelet she made you, Eddie? Didn't you make ones for each other?
We know he has a bracelet. He has a bracelet in his pocket.
I threw it away years ago.
Eddie! If you wanted me to make you another one, all you had to do was ask.
I thought we were supposed to be having dinner, Mum. Hmm?
Why don't you both take a seat? I'm sure it'll be ready soon.
Oh, god damn it! All right. There is a clue we're missing here that leads to another scene. Annie, it's me. Open the door. Tony, go away. You caused enough trouble. I have something you want to see. Is it expensive? Where'd you get that? Listen, something fishy's going on. I haven't quite figured that out yet. Did you steal it? No? Well, yes. Okay. Okay, so Tony and Oswald are somewhere at 6. And this is where I feel like I'm gonna brute force this because I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna do that. Where does Tony go after this? Because straight after this, Annie talks to Helen. Where would Tony go with the fucking watch? Because he comes back to the dining room. So somewhere between the attic and the dining room, Tony is. Yeah, maybe he goes to his own room. I mean, that would be logical, right? Okay, Tony alone in his room on 6. Oh, she showed it to me just before I came up and met you. So Tony and Helen in one? Oh, just before I came up and met you. Okay, so Tony and Helen in one in Helen's room. Oh, Helen. There we go. Let's go. What up, Heichkim?
How do I look, Tony?
You look wonderful, Mum.
I can tell you're not looking at me. Put that watch back before you get your greasy fingerprints all over it.
He's old enough that you won't notice it anyway.
Well, he'd better appreciate it. I spent an awful lot of money on it.
I already have that.
Mum, what's the name on this box?
I don't know, darling. Just put the watch back in there and leave it alone.
All right. You don't get this annoyed at Eve.
Your sister is a competent woman. You'd do well to take a page out of her book.
A competent woman. You don't know half the things she gets up to.
Oh, put that thing out, Tony. How many times do I have to tell you? We'll be going downstairs in just a second. Do try and be pleasant to our hosts.
I'll be down in a minute, Mum. I think I recognised someone earlier.
Well, don't get yourself in trouble, darling.
Okay. Okay, so someone's playing piano in this scene. In the very first scene, someone's playing piano. And we know Vicky can play piano. So we think Vicky and Damien in the... Where was the piano? Was the piano's in the living room, right? Yeah, okay. Not by herself, though. Right? By herself? No. She's in there with Damien and... Martha, maybe? Would Oswald be in there? Damn it! Maybe just Victoria and Martha? It wouldn't be just her and Oswald, would it? Well, someone's goddamn playing piano. Well, there's only 4 people available. Oswald, Martha, Victoria, and Damien. And we know Victoria can play piano because she said she played piano to call Damien in. No, I'm just going on the knowledge that Vicky can play piano. It doesn't mean no one else can play piano. It just means someone was playing the fucking piano in one. There's only 4 people that are left. Oswald, Martha, Victoria, and Damien. I already tried this, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. And we don't know who's in the living room afterwards. I mean, unless, of course, the piano music was coming from the billiards room. Which it wasn't, because we would have known. A piano is playing from another room. Okay, good. Does Martha play piano by herself, maybe? Maybe she plays it for Oswald. Get the fuck out of here.
Where's he off to now?
Oh, he said the song reminded him of something. You'll have to forgive him, Oswald.
He's hardly spoken to me since I've arrived. First fussing with that camera, and now with the piano.
Well, I'm sure he won't be a second. He can be a little eccentric sometimes.
Okay, there's someone with a piano key and a camera in their pocket. Who are they talking about? God damn it.
Well, he hasn't changed since we were children, then.
It was good of him to invite you. He still talks about you, often, you know.
Galley!
Remind me, what is this song?
The Ghost!
I don't recognize it.
Oh, it's one of those American ones. Eddie requested it. I'm sorry if it's not to your tastes.
Yeah, they're talking about
The
Rupert Galley.
lyrics on the side are quite interesting.
I think that's enough for the time being.
I dare say that returning here has brought back some old memories.
Well, I'm glad you feel at
Yeah,
home.
I have the thunder written
Your
down.
old room should be pretty much untouched. I only go in there to clean every once in a while.
The piano is an
very
auto
kind
player.
of
That
you.
sucks.
I think I'll go and have a look there now.
Are you sure? We're all gathering here in a quarter of an hour or so.
If it's all right with you, I think I'd prefer to be alone.
Very well then. Let me know if you need anything.
No, we have not seen this. God damn it. We already have Oswald in Oswald's room. Empty film canister and the key to piano. So this is Galley. This is one of the first dead person they find is Galley. That's him. Rupert. This is Rupert right here. Which is a pain in the ass. But it really doesn't matter because all the men are already have avatars. The women do not. There's 3 women without avatars. I'm invited. He still talks about you often. Remind me, what is the song? I recognize one of those American ones. Eddie requested it. I'm sorry if it's not to your taste. The lyrics are quite interesting. Okay, do we know where Martha is in 2? Okay, so Martha might still be in the living room in 2. There they are. There they all are. Martha, Damien, and Helen in the living room.
Oh, would you like a drop of sherry, Helen?
Hello, Martha. That would be wonderful, thank you. You know, it's not often I get the opportunity to enjoy myself like this.
You should come round more often. Otherwise, I end up getting through a whole bottle by myself.
You drunk.
Is that right?
Good evening.
Ah, Helen, this is Damien. He's the lovely man that's courting Victoria.
It's a pleasure to meet you, madam.
Please, Mrs. Dower.
Isn't he handsome? Would you like some sherry, Damien?
No, thank you, Mrs. Galley. Vic and I were just discussing what a lovely house you have.
Oh, Damien, call me Martha, please. Did you manage to get the phone working?
Yes, it was all fine. Vic just needed to make a quick call. We finished a moment ago.
Where are you from, then?
London. But Vic and I met while traveling in Egypt, actually.
Oh, so you travel a lot, do you?
Not so much anymore, but I'd like to plan another trip soon. Only if Vic wants to, of course.
Oh, she's lucky to have you, Damien. I always thought she'd do well for herself, you know. Always a clever girl.
That's too kind.
Well, it's nice to meet a young man who's made something of himself, at least. Too many these days lack discipline.
Right.
Ah, here come the others.
God damn. So Damien and Victoria in the dining room, yes? Because that's where the fucking phone is for some reason.
Did you call your mum?
I let her know we were here.
And you told her about Annie?
Of course I did. I can't lie to her. But I made her promise not to call back here. Because I don't want Annie to feel like I've betrayed her.
How much money is it?
I haven't asked. But she wouldn't have come to me unless she was desperate. Please go easy on her, won't you, sweetheart?
How long's she going to be staying with us, Vic?
It won't be for long, I promise. But I'll talk to her.
You know I love you.
Of course I do, sweetheart. I love you too.
You make it hard for us sometimes. I want it to just be you and me.
Well, I want that too. I know the people here aren't the nicest, but we'll be gone by tomorrow. And Annie won't be with us long. It will just be the two of us. And then, perhaps, we could think about raising a family together.
Pregnant?
Is that something you'd want?
This isn't the time or place to be discussing it, Vic.
Right.
Is that enough of a clue?
Sorry.
You talk about raising a family, but then you wear that thing here. I know what it is.
Sweetheart, I'm sorry.
You wear that thing?
I promise you it's nothing. I'll catch up with you later, but I'd better go and see who that is. All right?
Don't leave me alone with these people for too long. I love you, Vic.
Love you too.
God damn. Oh, found with Pike. Found with Pike. Found with Raven. Why did I read the first sentence? That's gotta be her. Early stage of pregnancy, found with Pike. It's gotta be her. That's gotta be her avatar. Now, traces of ash on clothing, strong smell of perfume, evidence of a missing ring. There wasn't, like... Her son was smoking in her room. But that doesn't mean she smokes. But evidence of a missing ring, we know that she married into the family, right? She took the name. Yeah, there are more than 11 pictures here. Yeah, some of them are dead. Like, this is Rupert Galley. We're pretty sure that some of the dead people are represented here. All right, 1 done. 2 is done. 3 is done. 4 is done. I mean, as far as status unknown goes. 5 is done. 6, though. 6, we still need to know where Oswald and Tony are in 6. So we don't need any more scenes 1 through 5. We've got all those. But this one is telling me something about another scene way down the line, apparently. Yeah, Oswald said he was at Martha's wedding and she would be as old as he is. Yes. But yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we only have drawings to go on. So, he's what, 60? She's older than that. She looks younger, but that's what I'm saying. They're drawings, so like... Who knows? My best guess is that, though. And then Annie... has to be one of these two. Oops. All right. I mean, there's, okay, we can't just turn off everybody and then, like, see a scene in the chapel, right? You can't just watch an empty room. No, okay. All right. Where is Tony in 6? He's not in his room. No. No way they're in their room together. No fucking way they're in the room together. He's looking for something.
What are you doing? Were you going through my things?
No, not at all. I was just having a look around. I didn't realize this room was occupied.
Right.
The suitcase on the bed was not a clue?
Oswald, is it?
Oswald Galley. I don't believe we've met.
My sister mentioned you. What are you doing in my room?
Well, back when I was younger, this used to be our nursery.
But it's not your nursery any longer, is it? Don't come in here again.
Is this how you'd normally treat a new acquaintance?
Don't test my patience. Get out of my room.
There's no need to be suspicious, boy. I'm leaving.
There's no need to be suspicious? The gun. Okay, cool. So, we have 1 through 6 now. Everybody's accounted for. So 1 through 7, everybody's accounted for. Where would Thornton go? From the kitchen to somewhere. God, this fucking dining room scene is so fucking complicated. Oh, he's dead. He's dead in 8. Right. He's dead right here. Yeah. Had the key to the pantry on him, so I imagine he's the one that cooked us our dinner. He's dead. He dies between 7 and 8. So, we don't have to worry about Thornton, but we have to worry about Martha and Oswald. Where would they be? No, he's not in the study. He leaves the study. Martha is... Yeah, Martha's in the dining room. Or in the dining room? Yeah, dining room. Okay. Yeah, John dies at 26. We get that clue really early on. In case this helps, you can use a bookmark to mark parts of the timeline with icons. Okay. No. Oh, I can search terms as well. That's fun. Reminders. There we go. There we go. Or, wait. Should it be there or there? Okay. Should be there. Okay. Oh, you can mark it with... Oh my god, I can mark the fucking sound effects too. Oh my god. Thunder and piano there. How would I mark a broken doll? Yeah, maybe heartbreak, sure. And then, also a, is there a, there's no bell icon. God damn it, where's the bell? There should be a bell. Bells ring all over this fucking place. A bell end, bottom right? Yeah, I'm a bell end. You and Scott both. Nice work. Okay, there is a body found there. And then a bottle smashed there. Martha uses the phone but doesn't call anybody. There's thunder there. Oh, and plate smashing. I guess a glass, sure, why not? And then 9 has thunder. Ten has piano. And then 11 has piano and a scream. Scream, we'll just do that. Okay. 13 has thunder. 14 has piano. 15 has a gunshot.
Zeke, you should also set a reminder for the folks at home with unused Prime subs.
Prime subs? What? Let's drive? What a great idea to remind people about Prime subs. There was thunder here as well. On 18. 25 has a phone ring. And 26 also has a phone ring and a body falling. There, okay. Interesting. What the fuck is a Prime sub? I don't know, there's just thunder. There's a thunderclap. Okay. So Oswald and Martha are not accounted for in 8. He leaves the study, though. So maybe Martha and Oswald in the living room? Nope. I hate that there's a clue here that leads to a scene like way down the line, like 8, 9, 10, something like that, even further. Let's hear who your friend is.
Hi, my name is
Okay.
My name is what? My name is Coco.
Oh, and Vincent getting a sub to Co-Carnage because he doesn't have a recurring sub in my channel. Okay. And then this mess of a fucking dining room scene. Please take a seat, dinner will be up in a moment. There was like 8 scenes to come out of this. Too many people nowadays favor politeness. Okay. Do you know anything about what happened? She saw someone steal something from her bedroom. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I don't know who it was, liar. What's been stolen? A pocket watch of mine. Oh my gosh. Or, oh, I'm so sorry if I accidentally let a thief into the house. Oh gosh. You don't think this is related to? I checked them by myself. There's no reason to think he was suspicious. Simple explanation. Could I ask you to keep an eye out for my watch? It would mean a lot for me if you could return it. Two of us would rather stay out of this. I might know who to talk to. Annie, would you have a word with me in Vic's room? Which we already did. Okay. So Tony still has the watch at this point. He didn't give it to Eve. Vincent, thank you for giving me a sub to Overjoyed Android. Oh, wait a minute. She says, I was just talking to someone in here, in the living room. Who was she talking to in the living room? Eve is dead here. Okay, so there's a body there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so Eve dies here. Thornton here, Eve here. So in the living room we have... Yeah, Victoria. And someone else. I was just talking to someone in here. Well, it doesn't matter. I just needed to see you. So it wasn't John. It wasn't Damien. And it wasn't Eve or Thornton. So it has to be Eddie, Martha, or Helen. In 10. Nope. Helen.
Are you quite all right, darling? You look unwell.
You're Helen, aren't you? Martha said she'd be, Excuse me.
Sit down, darling. There's no point ignoring it.
Thank you. I'm fine, really. I'm sorry to hear about your pocket watch.
It will turn up. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's nothing. I must have eaten something.
It's fine, darling. I've been through it before too, you know.
This...
Pregnancy, there it is.
This is my first time.
This is the confirmation of pregnancy.
I remember getting very nervous the first time, and yet the second time was so much worse.
Oh? I think I've only met one of yours.
Of course, you'll have seen Tony around. No, my first time, it didn't lead to anything. Well, it was a blessing that it worked out with Tony, at least. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you.
No. No, it's all right. It's good
Yeah.
to talk to someone.
Yeah, Victoria's last name can't be Dower then, right? Is she Victoria? Because hold on. Oh, I have a. There we go. Wait. Yeah, I thought Tony. Wait, aren't Tony and Victoria's brother and sister? Because I have a connection between Tony and Victoria. Tony and Eve are brother and sister. Oh, okay. Who is Victoria related to? Annie. Do we not know her last name? No, I did that. You can assign him whatever name you want. You can call him Victoria.
About it?
Oops, Victoria Fuckface if you want.
Darling, does he know?
I'm going to tell him soon. Once we're back home, I'll tell him.
Hold on to him, won't you? I found out I was expecting again just after the war broke out. I had to tell my husband about it during the brief time he had off from the front. It didn't feel real, like we were pretending. I always believed that things would continue after the war. We acted like they would. But he didn't come back. Tony's never known his father.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how you did it. If I didn't have Damien...
No, it's not worth thinking about. I shouldn't have put that in your head.
No, thank you, really. It was nice talking to you. Thanks for the advice.
I'm sorry, darling. I don't think I caught your name.
Victoria.
Victoria
Maseko.
She's using her married name.
Well, darling, I hope everything goes...
Of course she's using her married name. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So they're both using their married names. Annie and Victoria are both using their married names? Because Annie's, I didn't write it down. What is Annie's last name? It's like Davenport or something stupid. What is it? Beaumont, there you go.
Goes well for you. I'll see you in a little while.
Okay. So Martha is mother to Eddie. Oh, is that the only one she's mother to? Is it just Eddie? Oh, only child was a daughter. Damn it. Two young girls. Oh my God, this is their mother. This is Annie and Vic's mom. Maybe. Fuck, I don't know. So Martha has to be this. But Victoria and Damien aren't married. They're introduced as courting. I know, right? But she takes his last name. She says Victoria Maseko. She has his last name already. I mean, she could be just saying that, but just jumping the gun a bit. Yeah. Which ones would you bang? You mean more so which ones wouldn't I bang? Okay, he's dead. So Martha and Oswald. Okay. I'm not doing the dining room scene, it's too muddled. But this one.
Wait until Biggest Dickus hears about this.
Biggest Dickus? Where do I... There he is.
Wait till Biggest Dickus hears of this.
That's right, Luger Gamer. Absolutely. Once we're back home, I'll tell him. Hold on to him when you... Tony's never known his father, right? I don't see a fucking clue. Unless Martha, she was talking to Martha? Because she said, you're Helen, aren't you? Martha said she'd be, excuse me. So Martha and Victoria in the living room? Fuck! Victoria. Won't be gone long. Wait. Oh, Victoria goes and checks that everything's all right upstairs. And the kitchen is upstairs, isn't it? No? No, the kitchen is not upstairs. I'll check that everything's all right upstairs. Eddie's room, attic, Helen's room. Yeah, all the rooms are upstairs. CCB5, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Fuck yeah, thank you for checking.
Hail Berserker!
Okay. Kitchen's directly below the dining room. Right. Okay. There are some crashes from somewhere else in the house. Not there. Okay. You two be nice to each other. I'll go upstairs and check that I'll go and check that everything's all right upstairs. There's so many upstairses. Though, that's the fucking problem. You're with my sister. Okay, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure heaven's turning down. Oh, above us, the bedroom above us. Martha's room. So Vic goes up to Martha's room then. Oh. Oh my God, Martha was there. She goes up and meets Martha in her room. Let's go. That would have been my next guess anyways.
Martha, are you all right?
I'm fine, thank you. Just give me a moment to recover and I'll be back downstairs in a second.
Why are all your things on the floor? Did something happen?
It's fine, really. I don't think anything's broken, at least.
Oh, come on.
Okay, Martha in 8.
Come and sit down. We'll pick it all up later.
I'm sorry, Victoria.
Don't worry, Martha. If it's been a hard evening for you to manage, then you should know that you're doing incredibly well. There's no way I could have organised dinner for so many people if it were me.
That's very kind of you to say. I really wanted this evening to be a celebration. But what with strangers coming into the house and a dead body turning up, I no longer feel in control of my own house.
If it helps to hear it, I think you're taking this far better than some of the other guests. Honestly, Martha, I don't know how you stay so calm. You're an inspiration.
You might think I'd be used to this after doing it for so long. It's not been easy, running a large house and bringing up a son on my own for so many years. But somehow, It still feels as if I have no idea what I'm doing.
Do you mind if I ask? Why do you always wear a ring? I suppose I never noticed when I was younger.
I don't know. Perhaps I thought I'd seem stronger if people thought I had a man in my life. But I've reached an age now where I'm quite content as I am. I don't think I need it any longer.
You look better without it. I'm sure it was only weighing you down.
I wanted to tell you something earlier, Victoria. When the three of us were in the dining room, just before dinner.
What's that?
Three of us in the dining room just for dinner. I think I already got that one.
I didn't want to say it in front of Eddie. But it's been wonderful to meet Damien today. I'm really glad that the two of you seem to be so happy together. He seems like he'd make a wonderful husband, if you don't mind me saying.
Thanks, Martha. I'm glad you like him. I think he wasn't too keen on coming here this evening, but I do hope he's enjoying himself now.
Victoria, I'm glad that you and Eddie are still friends. You were so close when you were children.
It's been nice to see him again. Can I ask, out of interest, do you know if he's romantically involved with anyone at the moment? I don't want to ask him myself.
Oh, not that I'm aware of. He likes to keep himself to himself.
Well, I wish him the best.
Oh, Eve is dead. Eve is dead, so we've forgotten about her. She dies in 8.
I know that whoever he ends up with, he'll make her very happy.
I'm sure. Thanks for cheering me up, Victoria.
Oh, she dies in 9?
You're very welcome. Let me know if you need help with anything.
Could you tell everyone that I'll be down shortly? I'll just need a minute to collect myself.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so she doesn't... Okay, it doesn't lead to a scene then. We did clear up some stuff, though. I don't know the significance of the thunder yet. I do not know. Yes, I was just talking to someone in here. Yep. I'd like to have a quick look at this piano. Maybe we should start doing the people thing and look like... There. We've got him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We don't know where he is in 14, 15, 16. We don't know where anyone is in 14. Never mind. Unless they're the dead people. Well, we know in 13 he was in the study, but let's wait. Let's just... Where's he off to now? Yeah, he's talking about Rupert. Oh, that's too big.
This house is too big.
I have no idea what that was supposed to be, but thank you, Pete. That's the shit part about this, is there are more scenes discovered using the information within this scene. But it's not a scene that's close to it. 2 is taken, 3 is done, 4 is done, 5's done, 6 is done, 7 is done. So like, if this relates to a scene, it's like way down the line. Yes, I can put in 00. But there's no like 00 space for it. Okay, so Martha and Oswald 00 in the living room. Can I remind you of something the game told you at the very beginning? Yeah, please do, Bulgar. Yeah. That's totally fine. Who are they talking about? They're talking about Rupert, the guy who dies in the study. The one who invited John Hobbs. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Rupert Galley. No, I pressed calibrate since then, but I didn't know you could just add people. So all of the avatars will be taken up then. There's a new place to add? There's no space for a new place. Except for the add button, I guess. There must be then. There is on the board. Yes, I know. There's a space right here on the board. Is it Rupert's room? Nope. SE for secret? Oh man, that'd have been hilarious though. Okay, so we know there's 3 more people to add. Where's he off to now? He said this song reminded him of something. You'll have to forgive him, Oswald. Well, Rupert was found in the study. Oh my God. Oh yeah, it would be 01 because he's already gone. Right. Oh no, get out of here. No, god damn it. Not you, you, get out of here.
Amelia. Yes. Amelia. It's been so long since I've heard her play.
Fuck me.
I knew I recognized that piece from somewhere. How could I have forgotten? It's like she disappeared one day, and nobody noticed she was missing. This is sinister. I must ask my brother if he remembers.
Okay. So a thunderclap means someone dies. Yeah? So he dies in scene 1, and that's why nobody remembers him! So he was there the whole time. Or I mean, not the whole time. He wasn't there the whole time, but he could have been there the whole time. Oh my God. And they don't recognize his body on the sofa, right? Yeah. Only one victim has been named by the police, John Hobbs. Oh my God. Yeah, why does Thornton recognize him? That's right, Thornton does recognize him, doesn't he? Yeah, he talks about it. That's how we know who it is. Well, that just fucking sucks, because now I have 3 more people to add. Yeah, Rupert dies first, not the butler. God, yeah, the not remembering shit makes it just super fucking muddled, man. This must be Eleanor? No. Oh my God. Okay. $13. Okay. Okay, we have him up to 13. We don't have Eddie in 9 though. Two strangers in my house, one of them dies. Two strangers, yeah. It says there's no clues here, too. Eddie leaves the kitchen and goes somewhere else in 9. So Helen is the mother of Tony and Eve, right? Yeah, okay. I was just talking to someone in here, and we know she was talking to Helen. Right, okay, so we got that one. Yeah, I played Oberdin, yeah. It's great. Oh, I found it, but it's hardly important right now. There was someone else. I couldn't tell at first. I thought they were just asleep. Damien? Damien found Eve? Okay, so Damien in Eve's room at 9 or 10. Or not Eve's room. Where was she? Eddie's room. And probably alone because dead bodies don't count.
Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you. Madam? Madam, are you awake? I'd like to ask you a few questions. Madam? I'm looking for a pocket watch. If you could just tell me whether you've seen it or not, then I'll leave you to get back to your sleep. Madam? Oh, God. She's still warm.
I might as well go through her fucking drawers. Okay, that cleared up. That cleared up something. Random for the wizard. Here you go, random for the wizard. Hold on. Let me check my journal. Okay, so Eve is still in Eddie's room in 9. But I think we already tried this, so there's someone else in there with her. Or unless, oh, she dies in 9. Yeah, just that. Okay. So it could be Tony. Oh, Tony. I love that you clap every time,
I thought I might find you here.
Close the door behind you. I've heard there are bad people walking around.
I brought you some hot cocoa.
Thanks, Eddie.
Do you mind if I sit on the bed next to you?
We are engaged, aren't we?
Oh, good. Look, I'm terribly sorry about earlier.
Not brute force, process of elimination.
Me too.
That's the
Don't be
soul
too
of
annoyed at
deduction.
yourself.
You
It's not your
deduce.
Well, I'm sorry all the same. Anyway, aren't you going to drink some?
It tastes good. But I had some earlier. In fact, it tastes exactly how Thornton always makes it for me. Are you sure you didn't just take it from the pot on the stove that was already there?
Who's Thornton? Did you know the butler?
Of course I know him, Eddie. Stop fooling about.
It doesn't matter, I suppose. Do you know what I found earlier?
Oh, I heard about that.
No.
Oh,
That's
you hear him
not
prepare
what
the
I meant.
cocoa, right? He burns himself.
I meant I found this ring. Don't you think it looks pretty?
Oh, I see. You're not going to ask me to marry you again, are you, Eddie? We've already got one wedding to get through.
Would you, darling?
Just give it back here. Stop fooling about so much. What's gotten into you?
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for the prime resub. Oh, no, the tier 1 sub.
Sorry,
Whoever
leave
it
my
is,
prime
she's a
left.
lucky girl.
So
Eddie.
here's my actual money instead.
You know I love you more than anything else in the whole entire world, Eve.
That's very sweet of you, Eddie. You're not so bad yourself.
I'd climb the highest mountain If I knew that when I climbed that mountain, I'd find you.
Nice.
Eddie.
Oh, dear God. What the hell? Oh, that's mine. Oh.
Your song killed her, Eddie. He took the ring back. Wait a minute. So this went away now. Oh, it led to that other scene. Right, never mind. Yeah. Okay. So we know that the thunderclap means someone dies. Okay, so we can take that off. So thunderclap, that's Rupert. Thunderclap here. Oh, that's Thornton. Thunderclap here is Eve. Thunderclap here is Martha. Or Helen, excuse me, Helen. So in this scene, we're still missing Martha and Oswald. What do you think of the Glass Onion movies? I liked them. I liked them a lot. I haven't seen the third one yet. Oswald and does Oswald just go up to his room here in 8? He was in the study. No. Okay. Oswald leaves. There's a thunderclap because Thornton dies. Where are Oswald and Martha in 8? Okay. Oswald ate dinner. We see him eating dinner later. I already have that scene. I've been with John since he arrived. It has nothing to do with this before we did an amphitheater guess. I ought to go and find Oswald. His dinner is getting cold. Okay, so Martha and Oswald are together but we don't know where. Because in the scene previous, he was in the study. Or no, he was during this scene, he's in the study. So Martha and Oswald meet somewhere. I better go find him. His dinner is getting cold. Not the study, though. Because he left. Fucking maybe the living room? I tried his own room. That was the first one I tried, was Oswald's room. That he would be there. I mean, the billiard room, maybe? No. Okay. Not dining room, editing room, or kitchen. Oh, maybe in Martha's room. Oh, there was a crash upstairs. There was a crash upstairs in Martha's room. And he's looking around every room for the key to that fucking chapel.
Excuse me? What are you doing in my bedroom?
Right?
This used to be where my parents slept.
Well, dinner has been served downstairs, Oswald. If you'd like to come and join us, it will be going cold otherwise.
I'd prefer to wait until everyone else has eaten. It's a shame what you've done with this room, you know. It looked a lot better when my parents lived here.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Oswald. You'll forgive me, but it seems you may have overstepped your welcome this evening. I really don't appreciate you coming into my bedroom without my permission.
I would have thought I'd be the least of your worries this evening.
What are you implying?
You have some rather eccentric guests, or are you not aware? One of your guests, staying in the old nursery, is hiding a gun in his bedside drawer.
Tony? You must be mistaken. Are you sure?
Oh, quite. I've had one tipsy young woman make light of my sister, and another who seemed rather guilty about something, although I couldn't find out what.
I'm sorry to hear that, Oswald, but that really doesn't give you any excuse to invade our privacy. And I'm sure our guests thought the same.
This house was in my family for generations. I have a right to know what's going on here.
Well, I'm afraid you don't own the place any longer. And while you're a guest here, I'd appreciate it if you behave like one.
You sleep in my parents' bed alone? You don't even have a husband to share it with.
The shame!
You are an imposter, and you know it. This house should have stayed in my family.
How dare you! Get out of my room right this instant!
Look at all this worthless rubbish.
Stop it! Stop it!
You don't belong here!
Okay. That cleared a bunch of shit up to here. Yep. 4 good, 5 good, 6 good, 7's good, 8's good because he's dead. Now 9. No, Helen's still alive. Helen dies here. Eve dies here. So Tony and Helen are somewhere. So wait, she was married to Rupert, or maybe she wouldn't remember. If she was, she wouldn't remember. So yeah, that's possible. Yeah, Helen does die before 13. It's Rupert, Thornton, Eve, Helen, Thunderclap. Unless there was a Thunderclap I missed. Oh my God, there is a Thunderclap I missed right there. Right on 12. Oh fuck, I missed one. Okay. There we go. Okay. So that's where Helen, that's Damien then. Okay. I suppose I could take off the skulls because we know that Thunderclap means skulls. So Tony before this was in Eddie's room, and he says, I don't remember. Does it matter when the body's found? Yeah, it's mostly like for me, so I don't add them to scenes because they're dead. Where does he appear afterwards? Oh yeah, okay. So maybe he's alone in his room, or he's with Helen in his room. One of the two. So in 9, Tony's room. Tony might be alone. Or Helen's there. Not you. I love that you keep clapping. That's great. Okay, he loads a gun.
Tony, darling, have you seen your sister?
Mum, I'm a bit busy at the moment.
This is important, Tony. I think something's happened between her and Eddie. You wouldn't go and talk to her, would you?
I'm about to go and talk to her anyway. What do you mean?
You know how much this engagement means to the both of them. And I'm all too aware of how easy it is
6
for
feet under,
young
thank you for
lovers
giving a
to
sub
throw
to
what they've got
Divinity.
away before they've even started. It would be good to make sure she hasn't changed her mind about the whole thing, that's all.
Why can't you go and talk to her yourself?
We both know she wouldn't appreciate it.
Oh, Tony and Eve are siblings, right? Okay.
And you know her a lot better than I do, Tony.
I'm surprised you're looking out for her. I hardly ever see the two of you talk, unless it's an argument.
Tony, I've always done what's right for the both of you. Never forget the trouble I had to go through to give each of you a decent upbringing.
And now they forget
appreciate
about
it,
her.
Mum. I'm just a little busy at the moment, so unless you have something important to tell me...
You're not involved in this funny business with the strangers, are you, Tony? You know that pocket watch of mine has gone missing?
Maybe that's for the best. Why did you bring it here?
Perhaps I should have left it at home. I don't feel safe in this house. It's not as if I know Martha that well. And now we're spending the night here with strangers. I can scarcely imagine what else is happening that we don't know about.
Oh, well, as long as it doesn't involve us, we'll stay out of it, all right? And if anyone comes up to you and starts acting funny, just shout, huh? And I'll come and help.
I hope that won't be necessary.
I know, but please be careful, Mum. I'll be in here if you need me.
There's no need to worry, darling. I know how to take care of myself.
Where did it go? How is that possible?
Okay. If we're following the watch, he did give the watch to Eve. I didn't think he did, though. So just hide it, would you? You didn't steal it? Okay, so we're meant to assume that he gave Eve the watch here. So the watch is here. And then he said just take it, Eve. Then was John Hobbs. Just hide it, will you? Fine. Ah, he did. Okay, fine, but promise me to stay out of trouble. Okay, there it is. Okay, so Eve has the watch. And then Damien comes in 10 and takes it. So Damien has the watch at 10. Okay. But at 10, there's still 2 unaccounted for people. Eddie and Martha. Does Martha leave her room? No. Okay, so Eddie and Martha in Martha's room at 10. Maybe. Yes, indeed. Let's go.
Eddie, are you all right?
There's... someone put a dead body in my room.
You can't be serious. The one from earlier?
No, a new one!
This one was a girl. She looked about my age.
Oh my
I touched her a little
darling.
bit, just a
That's
little though.
Horrible. Did you recognize her?
No, I have no idea who they were. I don't understand how they got there.
I can't believe it. Although, I mean...
Wait, Eddie and Martha at Tanagra? John Hobbs, when the walls fell. Rupert Galley on the ocean.
I certainly have my suspicions.
I found someone in the kitchen as well. They looked like they could have been a member of staff. Did you know them?
Who? I didn't think we had any staff working here today.
It must be the same thing then. After we'd moved it, I poured some hot cocoa and went back to my room. I was in there for a while. I don't know how I didn't spot it sooner.
You were distracted, darling. It's all right.
That's not the worst of it.
We don't know what makes him forget.
I got into bed.
The watch?
Didn't even notice that it was in there with me.
Oh,
Maybe.
Darling,
No.
that's horrible.
I'm going to go and call the police. I thought I'd come and let you know first.
Wait.
Call the police.
Darling, we don't want all our guests being taken in for questioning now, do we? Especially not if we can take care of this
or not.
ourselves.
Maybe she talks him out of it.
There are 3 dead bodies in the house.
Because someone's trying to scare us, Eddie. That's all it is. And besides, no one.
She says that. She said that like 3 or 4
times.
times.
None of these people had anything to do with us. If we're discreet about this, then it gives us the best chance at sorting this out ourselves.
And how do you suggest we do that? We have no idea who's doing this or how it's happening.
Darling, I think I know who's behind all this. Have you seen much of your Uncle Oswald this evening?
I noticed he wasn't there during dinner. He's not really my uncle, is he?
No, of course not. You know, he came in here earlier threatening me. He seems to think that he deserves this house to himself, just because he used to live here.
I'll go and find him. I don't care if it's chucking it down outside. He's not staying here.
Darling, he's a dangerous man. If you confront him, I'm worried he might do something.
I have to do something, Mum.
Listen, I've heard that Tony keeps a gun in his bedside drawer. I'll go and get him out of his room, and then you can go in and take it. How does that sound?
Fine. I don't trust him with it anyway.
Exactly, darling. We'll confront Oswald on our own terms.
There's one more thing. I found my ring on the body, but I have no idea how it got there. I had it earlier, I'm sure, because Vic gave it to me, but I'm not sure how I could have lost it.
He must have stolen it while you weren't looking. I'm so sorry, darling. That must have been so upsetting to find.
It's like someone was taunting me. Maybe he thinks I'm not good enough for this house because I haven't found someone to marry yet.
Well, we know it's him at least. This will be over soon.
I'll go and wait in the billiard room.
Ah!
You're sure about this?
I'm certain.
No. Okay, he's not in there by himself. Oh. Oh, we already got that scene. Eddie and Helen. Okay, so we're good up to... Yep. Okay, we're good from 1 to 10. 11, we need Martha and Tony. Martha and Tony in Martha's room? Nope. There we go.
Hello, Tony. Can I come in?
Sure.
Is everything all right with you and your mum?
We're fine. She was in here a moment ago.
I'm glad. It's lovely to have the two of you here. Well, I...
No.
Oh,
thank
shit.
you.
Sorry. I accidentally clicked the button. I'm glad. It's lovely to have you two here. Well, I think everyone's downstairs in the living room. Would you like to join us? No, but thank you.
Are you sure? Or can I tempt you with something from the kitchen?
I'm not hungry.
I see.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I really think you should come with me. It's not healthy to stay in your room for the whole time.
Is something wrong?
No, it's just I'm worried about you.
Martha, I'm sorry, but your house is full of strangers. You have bigger things to be worried about.
I know perfectly well what's going on.
Do you? Because, and I don't want to be rude, but I really think some of the others in this house are trying to get the better of you. And I know we've only just met, but it's not often that my mum gets a friend. So I owe you that at least.
It's nice of you to look out for me, Tony, but I don't need you to tell me who to trust.
You really think Mr. Hobbs isn't in on it? Because I can tell you for certain that he's lying about why he's here. He wouldn't come all this way unless he knew something.
He's a guest here, just like you are.
At least I have a connection. And I was talking to my mum in here, and then immediately after she left, Mr. Hobbs came in like he was looking for something. And I don't think he knows fully what's going on either, but he's certainly a part of all this.
Well, you haven't been entirely open with me either, have you?
What?
Tony, I know you have a gun.
Of course I have one. That doesn't mean...
I know, darling. But there are bad people in this house, and maybe we could do with someone like you to be on our side.
I'd rather stay out of it. I'm sorry, I don't like what's happening. I don't even know who to trust.
Are you worried about your mum?
A little bit.
I understand, darling. But if you ever need help with anything, or if you or your mum run into trouble with anyone here, then I'll be looking out for you.
Thanks, Martha.
Come here, darling. Give me a hug.
Stab! Stab him!
You know, I
Stab
really
him in the dick!
That sounds like Mum.
Tony, no. Leave it.
Nope. He takes it. Okay. So the only one suspiciously missing from the billiard room is Eddie, huh? Oh, he probably goes back up to his room to find his fucking... No, never mind. Oh, would he go back up to his room to find... All right, hold on. Eddie 12, his room. No, he wouldn't. Okay. All right, I got to take a piss. So we're going to take a short break. And I will be right back. Stick around. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, figuring out this mystery one piece at a time, and it's all coming together now. At least I think so. Okay, so we're missing Eddie. Where would Eddie be? Okay, this is that whole big billiard room scene. What's my current theory? I don't fucking know. I know it has something to do with the thunder, the watches, or the watch, and the chapel, which we haven't been able to get into yet. And he says, so it's true they're coming back. Whatever evil is coming to this house, I have no part of it. This is where Eve dies. Or not Eve, excuse me. This is where Helen dies. I can't believe we don't have the avatar for for Annie yet. I'm guessing it's this one because she dies by a gunshot. She's dead soonish. Oh no, she's 2. She's not dead. She might not even die. No, she does die, but she dies over here somewhere. Pocket watch. So he has the pocket watch at the end. Tony has the pocket watch at the end. Who has... Oh, do you have the... car keys invitation? No. No one has the gun. No one dies with the gun in their possession. So I'm guessing the last 2 murders, one is John Hobbs pulls the trigger on Annie, and then he jumps out. That's the only way. That's the only person it could be. Yeah, death by gunshot. He pulled the trigger and he said he did at the end. I don't even remember pulling the trigger. So, and Annie is number 2, so it has to be her. Okay, cool. So the only people we have left to find out are this person, this dude, and this chick. I'm guessing this is Eleanor. It does tell us something about 24. 24 would be...
Zekiah.
Yeah, John and Annie in 24 in the attic. Maybe. Nope. Must have shot her somewhere else. He's not in the attic by himself, right? No.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco.
He enters the attic at 25, so yeah. Yeah, a door creaks open, yeah. So he shot someone somewhere else. He shot Annie somewhere else in the house at 24. We can brute force it if you want. I mean, process of elimination. Living room? Nope. They wouldn't do another death in the study or the billiard room. Dining room doesn't have a death. Yeah, phone was ringing. I did the dining room. I just did the dining room, so that's not it. Kitchen had a death. Eddie's room had a death. Attic. No, we already tried attic. Wouldn't be Helen's room. Some random room. Okay. I don't see why it would be Victoria's room. I don't see why it would be any of these rooms, to be honest. Oh, maybe Tony's room, because that's where the gun is? Nope. Oswald's room, and then we'll try the chapel last, because that might be it. Oh, Eddie grabbed the gun. That's right, he had the gun towards the end. Chapel. Let's go. No. So what did we not try? We didn't try the billiard room. We didn't try the study. Oh, there's one more room! Right, there's one more room we haven't named yet. Wouldn't be the entrance? And it wouldn't be on Quail Lane. That's too far apart. No. So there's one more room that apparently someone told me earlier that we've named it, or they've named it, just don't know what it is. Okay, so we just have to find Eddie during the billiard room scene. Did Eddie go up to Tony's room? No, Tony left with the gun. No, not this, not this. Yeah, loads a gun. He doesn't put it back. Or does he? Maybe he does put it back. He's not bringing. I appreciate your mom is busy at the moment, so it's important to tell me. Oh, there it is. Okay. You know, maybe he did put it back in this scene. Because he loads a gun, and then a drawer closes, so he did put it back. So I'm guessing Eddie went up to Tony's room in 12 and got the gun? No! Damn it! Oh, was I? Oh, I forgot to change it to 12. Oh, whoops. Okay. Oh, God, I was still on 24. Oops. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Let's go! Yep, he takes the gun. Eddie's got a gun. Guillard, think of the 17 months.
Damn it. Where is it? He must have taken it. Well, there's only one thing for it.
Oh, maybe Tony did take it with him and Eddie was just looking for it. Oh, shit. Okay, so Eddie and Tony in Tony's room. Oh, fuck. He hides in the wardrobe. If you could murder anyone, who would it be? Nope, not falling for that one again, Scott. That was a long talk with the police station. He does put it back in the drawer. Thanks for hunting. Kumimono. And there it is. We had a thunderclap on 13, right? Yeah, we did. That's Helen, right? Damien. Okay. Now 14. Fuck. We've got the whereabouts of no one. So we've got, I think, all the way through. Yep. Okay, we've got all the way through 13, all taken care of. And this is the next day. This is the morning. What was this one? Oh, she finds Damien's body right next to her, huh? Right? Or no. Oh, the discordant piano playing.
Oh, good Lord. Help! Help!
Okay. All right, and this scene is taken care of. This scene needs nobody else. This is where Oswald eats his breakfast. And there's a gunshot, but it doesn't shoot anybody. And then they go downstairs into the kitchen. Yeah, all of these guys are in the kitchen. But 14, we're still missing basically everybody. And I think we tried like... Okay, Annie in the attic. Oh, fuck! No. We tried the logical place for all of them. Because everybody slept, well, almost everybody slept in their own room. Like they were told to. No. This is them after this scene in the billiard room when they all said, "What's wrong?" And Damien said, "Everybody go to your room and lock it. Everyone go straight to your rooms. We'll talk about it again tomorrow morning." And most people did. Martha went to Martha's room, Oswald to Oswald's room, John to the study, Tony's room, and Eddie was in there. Victoria and Damien went to their room. But none of them are there when they woke up. They're all out of their rooms and somewhere else. And then once they get up, Eddie comes to the dining room. Well, the scream brings everybody to Victoria's room. There's another one in here. A dead body. Damien is next to her. Woke up and it was here. You must have checked everywhere I tried. Okay, I don't understand. It's not your fault, darling. There's a pocket watch here. Didn't you say you're missing one? Yes, how the hell did that get in here? So he has the pocket watch at the end. Eddie and Oswald, okay, go. Okay, having my breakfast. In fact, my two friends and I were just talking in here moments ago. Yeah, my two friends. So, Oswald's in the dining room with two friends. Who the fuck would his friends be? Well, it's not Eddie. Perhaps John and... maybe John and Annie? Because he wouldn't call his sister his friend. And I don't know that he knows Tony. So new friends maybe. Annie and John. Let's try that. Dining room. Wait, what? 14. With 1, 2, and 3. Damn it! My 2 friends and I. He calls Martha his friend? That's weird. She said she was going to the dining room,
Good morning, John. Did you sleep well?
Yes. Thanks again, Martha. It's all very much appreciated.
Here, John, have some toast.
Ah, thank you.
I'm sorry you've been caught up in all this. It's such.
Oh, Ween is. They're not related anymore because his brother, her husband, died. So she doesn't know. He doesn't know her. Oh my God. Okay.
A dreadful business. And I'm sure whoever's doing all this is just trying to scare us out of the house.
Do you know who's behind it?
He practically told me himself. Have you met Oswald? I found him in my room yesterday when I went to look for him after dinner. He told me he didn't think I deserved to own the house, and he thought it should be his.
Oh, I see.
Really? You'd have thought he'd be more subtle about his intentions.
Yes. So have you done anything about it?
Not yet. Let's keep this between ourselves for the moment. I'm sure things will sort themselves out soon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Today, Junior.
I don't think you told me your name.
John.
Oh, okay.
John Hobbs.
Tell me, Mr. Hobbs, how are you finding the house?
You don't have to talk to him, John.
Well, it seems very nice.
Wonderful. And what do you think of our host?
Excuse me, if you're going to eat our food, I'd appreciate
I'm trying to have a discussion here with one of your guests. Isn't there somewhere else you'll need it?
How dare you?
Who's doing that to the
I
piano?
think I made my opinions quite clear in our discussion yesterday evening. Of course, I apologize if I made a mess of your bedroom.
Made a mess? I know what you're doing here. You won't get away with this much longer.
Who is that?
It sounds like Victoria. Come on, John.
Well, I'm going to sit here and eat my breakfast.
I can eat in peace.
Yeah, see, I told you. All right, that was 14. So 15. We have everybody in 15. Eddie, Tony, and Annie. Okay, so everybody that heard the scream went up there. Everybody who heard the scream went up there. But someone was pounding on the piano. Someone was pounding on the piano in the living room. And Annie was told to give a signal. Hold on. In the living room. Yeah, 14. There you go. I think you mean getting pounded on the piano. Okay. So, who else was there? Or could have been? It could have been Annie, Tony, Eddie. Maybe all three of them. Maybe all three of them were there. Maybe it was just Eddie and Annie. No. Maybe it was Annie or Eddie and Tony. I think they went to the Scream. No. We're in 14, right? We're in 14? Yeah, 14. This is when the Scream happened. It was during 14. But during 14, two things happened. A scream and a piano. Someone banged on the piano. So it was one of these three that banged on the piano. We tried her alone. No.
I'm getting too old to try and fake being witty. So I'm just going to say 135 and
there
pretend
we
the
go.
kids will laugh at it. Fit. No cap. And a bag of chips.
All right, hold on. 155 for Jack. Holy shit, that's, let's see. Wow, 156 is going to be 13 years, dude. 156 is 13 years. Holy shit. I'm getting too old to try and fake being witty, so I'm just going to say 155 and pretend the kids will laugh at it. It's bet, no cap, and a bag of chips. Holy shit, man. Thank you, Jack. Good to see you, my friend. All right, here we go. Living room with Eddie. By himself, I guess. He got scared.
He has to do what I say. I'm the one with the gun.
What are you doing, Eddie? Just hanging out? Just walking around? Yep, I guess so.
Why is it so quiet?
Oh. Okay, he just bangs on the piano for no reason? And now a scream?
Now's my chance.
Okay. So that is... That's Eddie's whereabouts. Now Annie and Tony, are they in the attic? They're either in the attic or in Tony's room. Ha ha! Boosh!
Anne? Are you awake? Anne?
What?
I like it a lot. It's a great deduction game, Jack.
What is it? Why did you...
Here, I'll give you the bell curve. Makes sense, made sense, lost the plot. What the fuck is happening? Almost quit. And then something happened. And kind of like brought it back together. I'm like, oh, now I'm back intrigued. And it's been like kind of plateauing. Like I'm good to finish the game now.
You wake me up.
Can we please talk?
What?
My gun. It's disappeared.
You have a gun?
I always carry one around with me. It's not like I planned on using it. But it's gone.
You should have locked your door.
I did. I swear I did. But I woke up this morning and the door was unlocked.
You're sure you had it with you when you went to bed?
I was careful, Anne. I don't just leave it lying around. I'm serious. I don't feel safe anymore. And you're the only one I actually know here.
Why did you even come here?
I
All right,
don't
Jack.
know. I just...
Sounds good, buddy.
I mean, do you think this has something to do with all the bodies that keep appearing?
Maybe. Did you know that after they found the first body yesterday, when they went back to find it later, it had vanished?
You're joking.
And Oswald said that all the bodies are people that used to live here. Wait, how many of us are there?
7. Right.
I don't think there's enough people here to pull off something like this. I think... I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
I mean... It could be ghosts, couldn't it?
Ghosts?
Oh, don't tell me I'm losing it.
Whatever it is, it must have something to do with this house. You remember what you said about the girl who used to live here?
That's just a story I'd heard somewhere. I don't know if it's true.
It's all we've got to go on. We have to find out what really happened.
I don't know. I'd rather not get involved.
It's too late for that, Tony. We're seeing this through. Is that Vic? Oh my god!
There's so many things I still don't like. I'm still not sure. I don't know what the watch does. I don't know why there's thunder when someone dies. I don't know if the broken doll has any significance. It seems like it might. Like, there's a bunch of shit that I'm just like, I don't know, man. Okay. So I have everybody accounted for in 14. 15, everyone is accounted for as well. 16, everyone's accounted for, but they give clues to new scenes. Okay. So we have Eddie and Oswald. Wait. Yeah, Eddie and Oswald tell him to get in the pantry, and then Tony, Annie, and John follow. Yep, found him. He's in here. No need to worry. Everything's under control. Yep, he's in the pantry. Tony enters. Hey, that's my gun. How did you get that? Everything's going to be normal from now on, I promise. He's the only one that knows what's going on. Exactly, I promise. Hey, you don't understand. Get my gun. I'm keeping it. I'm sorry, but this is my house. I need to take control. You can have it back when you leave. I'm not leaving until I find out what's going on here. Are you mad? So I'll keep our heads here. This sounds like a sensible idea to me. We keep him here until... Who the hell are you? Look like it or not, I'm the one with the gun. I'm going to hold on to the pantry key myself, so don't try anything funny. Where's your sister? I need to talk to her. Oh, Annie's sister. Annie's sister. Is Eve. No. Is, Vic. So she's gonna go, so Eddie's gonna go talk to Vic. I think. If anyone finds something new, play the piano in the living room. All of us except Oswald, right. Right. Eddie leaves. Okay. What was that about? Hobbs, I need to tell you something. What's that? I remembered where I met Martha at her wedding. Oh, ask her who she married, Rupert. Okay, and then we have John and Martha somewhere. Okay. Okay. So in 17, we need Eddie and Vic somewhere. Where is she in 16? In the dining room. That doesn't really help. Eddie's in the kitchen. No, Eddie's going to find her, right? Maybe the dining room, 17, dining room. Well, of course, she goes somewhere. Nope, Martha leaves. Vic stays. Okay, so Vic and Eddie in the dining room. $17? 17, yes. There we go. Let's go.
Vic, I've been looking for you.
Eddie, I'm leaving. I'm sorry, I can't take this house anymore.
No, please, stay. I've sorted everything out. We can go back to normal now.
That wasn't you we heard with the gun, was it? What's going on?
It's nothing, I promise. I've taken care of it. It's just... I've been thinking
Your
and...
mum's not going to be happy about the ceiling, you know.
Oh, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Look, Vic.
Whose baby is in me?
This isn't a great
Yeah,
time,
no shit.
Eddie. I'll be down at Wintercourt with Mum if you need me. So maybe come and visit once you're...
Don't go, Vic. I want you here with me. I know we haven't seen each other in a long time, but I miss you. And I know you didn't come here just to see the house.
This really isn't the best time. A dead body appeared in my bed overnight, Eddie. I need some time to... I don't want to be
Vic,
here.
just wait 1 second. Before you go, I need to tell you something. I got this ring a while ago, and now...
Oh, Eddie!
I love you, Vic. I've loved you all my life.
This is a great timing,
and I know
bro.
that we're not so close
God
anymore,
damn.
but it's taken me
Nice
until
work.
today to realise that I have the
Fuck's
opportunity
sake.
to fix that. And I can't... I don't want to spend any more time without you. Victoria, will you marry me?
No! Man, fuck no!
Been through this, Eddie.
I know this isn't the best time. There's never a
you
perfect
think,
time.
dude?
and
Eddie,
I need you.
I can't marry you. There's someone else.
Apparently.
Right. Of course. Why didn't you tell me?
Eddie, come
I don't know who
on.
it is.
You met him.
But there is someone else.
What's going on?
I'm sorry. I didn't know. Just think about it, won't you? I still love you.
Oh, don't say that. I'm... Oh, God. He's...
Are you all right?
That was him. Oh, God.
Wait, so she realized the dead body in the next to her just now. She figured like that's her husband. That's Damien. How the fuck did she remember?
Wait, Vic! Tell me what's going on!
That is weird. All right. So we have another 17 scene with John and Martha. Where's Martha in 16? My bedroom. Martha and John in her bedroom. Okay.
John, did you find out who shot the gun?
Everyone's fine. It's nothing to worry about. Eddie seems to think it's all under control now, in any case. And if anyone plays the piano, we're all going to meet in the living room.
Well, that's a relief. It's unfortunate about the damage to the house. But I suppose these things can't be helped.
I wanted to say, actually, it's a lovely piano you've got downstairs. Is it new?
Yes, it arrived recently. I can't think why we bought one in the end. But Eddie's quite a fan of the music.
Well, I happen to work at the Pianoforte gallery in town. We don't sell ones like that, though.
He was here to fix the piano the whole time.
It would have been nice to have made more use of it.
That's why he was invited?
But we only got it running properly the once. in the end. Oswald and
That
I
was
were
the mysterious
admiring
thing the invitation was
That
talking
before
about?
He revealed his darker side, of course. And to think, I was trying so hard to be polite.
Oh, Eddie's locked him in the pantry, I forgot to say. So, with any luck, he won't be causing any more trouble.
You should have said so earlier, John. You are a funny one. Well, that's a relief to hear. Let's hope we can enjoy the rest of the day in peace.
There was one thing, Martha. I hope you don't mind me asking, but has there ever been a man in your life?
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, I'm just a bit confused about your family here.
Yeah.
I've always lived alone. It's not a life for everyone, but it suited me just fine. And before you ask, no, I don't know who Eddie's father is. And I'd rather you didn't bring your judgments into this house.
I don't mean to offend. Well, Oswald told me. He said he remembered your wedding.
I wouldn't believe a word that man says, John.
No, of course not. I just wanted to make sure.
Well, I did have a wedding of sorts. I had a beautiful dress for it. But I didn't get married. I've never been married. It felt like more of a celebration for me. Let's see. I'm sure I have some old photographs around.
Yeah,
And one more thing.
photographs would be good.
When I arrived here, someone almost dropped something on my head. Is there a room that overlooks the entrance to the house?
Have a look in the attic, John. Although I'm sure it was our friend in the pantry. Ah, here's the old album.
I think I'll go there now, then, if that's all right.
I wonder if like evidence, like if he lived there, Thornton lived there, whatever, like there would be evidence like his clothes and his keepsakes and shit. Like, did they just like not see him or something? Yo, Frantic, thank you for the 25 months.
Ziegfest.
Okay, so we're good. We're good up to 17 as far as all the people that are left that are still alive. Okay. So John goes up to the attic in 18. Okay. By himself? Nope. I guess maybe Annie's up there? Nope. No, Annie's in the kitchen with Dinah. Annie's in the kitchen, I know. So who would be up there with John? Obviously not Oswald, and it wasn't Annie. Oh, it could be a bunch of people, though. Probably not Martha, since she told him to go up there. Absoluta! What up, baby? How you doing, man? Good to see you. All is going well, man. Still plugging away at the streaming, man. Oh, it's fine. I'll walk. I don't know. Maybe I got him wrong. Maybe I got the avatar wrong. No, she's pregnant. We know she's pregnant. Never mind. She's fine. It's fine. She's pregnant. Okay. Took the bracelet off. I don't know. It didn't feel right. I thought maybe he was still angry at me. I just want to be friends. I think he misses you sometimes. We have our own life now. Of course you do. I'll check the furniture upstairs. Or I'll check upstairs to see my bedroom, which we already did. Okay. Okay. Where would Eddie go after the kitchen? So there's a thunderclap here, and that's when ostensibly Victoria dies. So directly, okay. The chapel, but I'm afraid the only key is in here with me. Oh, wait a minute. Are Tony and Annie gonna try and break into the chapel? Wait. Oh, there we go. Eddie has a key. Listen, go upstairs, look under my pillow. So she's telling Tony to go upstairs to the attic. Oh, so the attic is Tony and fucking John. Because he goes up there and she goes up there. Or, yeah, okay. There we go. I'll get there eventually. I'll get there.
Hey, don't pull that.
Oh, terribly sorry. You caught me with my John Thomas out. I apologize. Dreadfully sorry.
Why not? Does it do something?
What else did this house make him forget? Oh my God, we're forgetting everything now.
Anything you do might make things worse. What are you doing here anyway?
I just wanted to have a look.
You shouldn't be here.
Keeps getting better.
You don't know what you're getting into.
It seems safe to me. Is there something you don't want me to see?
I suppose you can stay if you want. I won't be long. Is this what she meant? I guess it will do.
What is this room? It's a creepy sort of place.
It's a dead girl's bedroom. I think you might have figured that much out.
Yes, I saw the doll's house.
Well, don't touch it! Are you mad?
What? You're afraid of ghosts, is that it? You can't be serious.
What the hell is that sound? I'm serious. What the hell? It's not even raining.
What do you mean? Have you figured something out?
I'll talk to you later, Hobbs. Oh, this is stupid. I need to go. Annie will be up here in a moment, so you can ask her. And tell her I'm sorting things out.
Well, immediately we're gonna go to 19. Of course.
you looking for something?
Tony asked me to tell you he just left. I don't know where he was off to, but he seemed to be in quite a hurry.
Oh, what an idiot. He took the bracelet, did he?
I'm not sure. I didn't see.
Oh, damn it! He doesn't know what he's doing. Never mind.
I don't think we've properly met. I'm John.
Do you know what my name is?
Well, I think I caught it earlier, actually. You're Annie, aren't you?
How many of us are there in this house?
6?
There are 6 of us.
Yep.
And some bodies. Did you find anyone else?
I found another body lying next to the one we found this morning. So, perhaps they're connected.
Bloody devil. If it's still going, we should rescue that poor man from the pantry. Do you know what's going on?
I found a list. I could have sworn it had all the people in the house on there. But I just checked it again and there's a name I don't recognise.
Rupert Galley?
No. Do you know anyone called Vic?
Never heard of him.
I don't know what to make of it. I'm guessing...
19, phone ring.
It must have been the name of one of the bodies.
Or the name of whoever's behind this.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Someone ought to let Oswald out of the pantry. Do you know where the key is?
No.
Eddie
I
has
can't do
it.
anything until we find it. Oh, damn it! Is anyone going to answer that phone?
Shouldn't Martha do that?
Something must have happened. I'll go and check she's all right. You go to the dining room and answer the phone.
What if it's...
Just answer it.
And another thunderclap. Okay. There was thunder and phone. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, Eddie is the next one to die. Yeah. So that's, I mean, if it goes in the pattern it's going in, Vic and then Eddie. But it could also be a random person. It could also be one of these people. Because one of them was Rupert. The very first thunderclap was Rupert. Did I write anything down? No, just the attic. Okay. Okay, so Eddie goes in the dining room, and then we don't know where he goes. Probably back down. No, not in the kitchen yet. Oh, if that's Eddie, he won't be there. Okay, 19. Has to be Rupert, but I don't think it's Eddie. More gas over the 149, thank you! So, someone has to let him out of the thing, because he doesn't leave. Yeah. He's not there by himself, is he? Because I'm pretty sure we've already tried that. Yeah, he's not there by himself. So, who's left to be there with him? If those two are dead because of the thunderclaps, Martha and Tony? Okay.
Oswald, are you in there?
I'm still here. I don't suppose you're
Come
here to
let me out, are you?
No. I'm sorry about all this, though. I need your help with something.
What makes you think I'd help you?
I know we have our differences. I'm sorry that it's come to this. I just don't know what else to do. If you know what's going on, then I need you to do something. Please.
What's the matter?
I was looking through our old photographs, and there's someone there.
Rupert!
In all of them. A man I don't recognize. I swear, I've looked in all of these before, and he was never there. He's just appeared. I don't understand.
Well, that's unexpected.
I don't know what to do. I was with Eddie in my room just a moment ago, but I can't tell him about this. How could I? I can't explain that there's a ghost in all of our memories.
Why do you think I can help you?
I'm sorry I doubted you. You're the only one that knows this house. I can't do this on my own. It's all out of control. I don't understand how something like this is possible.
If they can alter physical objects, then it means they're getting stronger.
Who's they?
I'd be afraid if I were you.
Please help me.
We have a phone ringing, right? This is 19, yeah.
I don't know what to do. I don't want this. I never asked for these people to come into my life.
I didn't ask for this.
I just want to go back to how it was before. Just me and Eddie. I'll leave this house forever, if that's what it takes.
Listen to me, Martha. Take the photographs, go upstairs, and burn them. Should you find anything else connected to the ghosts, burn that too. It's the only way to stop this from slipping out of control.
Yes, I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Love you too.
I don't know how much time we have.
I don't know how much time we have. What the fuck? Wait, did we? Yeah, we had a thunderclap. We marked
Zeke,
that
if
down.
I was
Okay.
there with you, I thunderclap that ass. I mean, yay, happy 36 months.
Okay, Martha goes up to her room to burn the fucking photographs. No, not by herself though. If she did. Unless she answers the phone in the dining room first. Damn it! Oh, that was, wait, no, that was this. Oh, there, right here, yep. Burnt photographs in a fireplace.
Boobies.
Maybe, Oh, take the photographs. So she must have the photographs on her, maybe. So where is the fireplace? Living room. Okay, so she might go to living room then. Yeah, the kitchen's in the basement. So upstairs is everything, basically. Yeah, that's the weird thing. I'm gonna try one thing. I'm gonna try, maybe there's a courtyard? Damn it! Okay. There's a lot of like regular rooms that aren't accounted for, like the bathroom. There's no bathroom. So I'm guessing it's only the important rooms. Because we tried every permutation yesterday of bathroom and they don't have any, so I'm guessing it's only the important rooms. Okay. So Eddie was in the dining room in 17. Victoria leaves. And maybe goes somewhere to die. It's called the defecation station. Yes, we tried shitter. We tried water WC for water closet. Oh, you know what we didn't try? We didn't try WA for water closet. No. Okay. So that was him. Oh God. So she might go to see the dead body. She might go back up to her room. In 18 to look at the dead body again. No. It does say in her description she was found next to the body. It says, yeah, it says found with person of interest Pike, and that's Pike. Pike and Raven were found together. So she does maybe die in there with him. But if she's dead, we'll never know. Because, or we can't do the scene. There's 2 dead bodies in the scene. Okay, maybe Eddie followed her up there. Yeah, because he was like, yeah, chasing after her. So let's try Eddie in Victoria's room. Maybe he witnesses her die. No. 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 Okay. Are you looking for something, Tony? Hurry, what idiot. Damn, he doesn't know what he's doing. I don't think we've probably met. I'm John, and my name is... Okay. I found another body line next to the one we found this morning. There it is. I don't know why I didn't fucking get that. And Eddie. Oh, come on, man. She's there. She said she was there. Who else would it be? Victoria shouldn't count because she's dead. There it is. Okay, okay. There we got it.
Oh, sweetheart. Sweetheart, I'm sorry.
Vic, what's wrong?
He's... How? Oh, he kept the door locked. We were going to leave this morning.
What do you mean? Did you know him?
Annie, tell me you remember him. Tell me we're not all
Yeah, she
going
remembered, but we don't know
insane.
really why.
Vic, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, God, Annie, please.
Hormones, the baby, yeah.
Here.
That's my best
driver,
guess.
Vic. It was just us two in the car.
After dinner yesterday, you came into this room. Who were you talking to,
I wasn't
Annie?
talking to anyone, Vic. I swear, I just came in here to have a look. Are you trying to blame me for
Annie,
this?
please say you remember. Please.
You're scaring me, Vic.
Annie.
Have you been seeing ghosts? Is that what this is? We think these are people that used to live here. If you can see them, then maybe you can talk to them. Is that something you can do? Vic, what are you writing?
Take this. I don't know what's going on, but we can't let it happen again. I'm not losing you too.
What is it?
Just keep looking at it. Make sure you don't forget anyone. If you do, come and let me know. I need to go and check the others.
These
Boom!
are just our
And she
names.
dies.
Is there anyone else in the house that you've seen? Because maybe
There's no one else, Annie. It's just us.
Well, then who was...
She sounds like the princess at the end of fucking Neverending Story, which is like, say my name! Oh, say my name!
It's Damien. Remember? We...
And down she goes.
Oh my god. Another one in the same place. Can't be just a coincidence.
There it is. Blorp. Victoria dead at 18. Who else we got? Eddie and Martha. So we think Eddie and Martha in Martha's room, maybe? Because that's where she was last seen. Yep. And now she's finding the pictures to tear them up, right? Or to burn them.
Not right now, darling. I'm a little busy.
I went and talked to Vic.
Or
You know that ring
has
I
that
got a
happened
while
yet?
ago?
Fuck,
Well,
this timey-wimey shit is killing me.
I asked Vic.
My goodness.
Mum, this is important.
Eddie, this isn't the time. I'm trying to focus on something.
I proposed, Mum.
Yeah, the ashes on her
I
body,
asked her to
burning
marry me, and
photos.
she said no. She said there was someone else. I've lost the only person that matters to me in the whole world.
I've known the two of you for a long time, darling. I'm sure you'll figure things out. I could just do with some time to look at these.
I need your help, Mum. Can you listen to me for a moment?
Not right now, Eddie. Why can't you be a bit more independent sometimes? First, you come running in here to tell me about that dead girl yesterday, and now with your love life. Can't you see I have as much to deal with as you do? I'm trying to sort things out here, and it would be a lot of help if you tried to sort out your own problems, rather than running to me whenever something goes wrong.
Yeah.
I'm
Vic.
sorry.
That's Vic dead.
I'll leave you alone.
Eddie, darling.
And
I
he
didn't mean
forgets
to
her,
snap.
just like
I'm
that.
just
Bloop.
busy with this.
I'm fine now.
What is the matter with you?
Nothing.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Totally fine.
I'll see you later.
I'm good. I don't know what I was on about. When does the thunderclap happen in this one? Okay, middle of the scene. Okay, or towards the end of the scene. So Eddie's still alive somewhere at the beginning of this day, or beginning of this hour. Yeah, and he just like, he's fine now, and he just kind of fucking wanders off. Oh, okay. So maybe Tony does try to break into the chapel? Okay, everybody's counted for 17 and 18. So we're good up to 18. 19, we don't know where Eddie or Tony are. So Tony is in the attic and then he goes somewhere. Yeah, Tony and Eddie both leave and they don't say where they're going, I don't think. If I were going to confront somebody in a mansion, where would I confront them? Maybe the dining room because the phone's ringing? In the toilet. In the shitter like a man. Hey! Got it in one.
Come in, come in. Come and sit down. Take a seat.
He is chipper as
You look
fuck.
happy.
The two ladies he was in love with are both dead, and he's just having the time of his fucking life now.
I'm in the mood for a celebration. Come on, have a drink with me. What's your poison,
I don't want to drink. I came here to talk.
There's nothing I want more than to converse with a gentleman such as yourself. But you can't talk until you have a drink.
I'll have whatever that is.
Ha ha! Good man!
Absinthe?
I found this bracelet. Does it mean anything to you?
Do you know what? I have exactly the same one upstairs. What does that make us? Friends for life? Eternal companions? Drink up.
I know it means something to you. And I'll give it to you if you hand over the key to the pantry.
Boom.
Let's not talk business over drinks, shall we? And to be quite frank, I don't know why I'd want it.
Oh, bloody hell, Anne. This is hopeless. We'll think of something
Not
else.
so fast. I still have the power here, remember? Sit back down and enjoy your drink.
That's mine.
It's good, isn't it? Have you seen the hole in the ceiling? Leave it. We're having plenty of fun already. What do you say?
You've got the wrong man locked up. You're making a mistake.
Oh, don't be sour. You're a guest in my house, remember? And not one I invited.
I didn't want to come here.
You're a sly rat, aren't you? Threatening me with her old bracelet.
Oh, shit.
Nasty little coward.
He's back.
So it does mean something.
It doesn't mean anything. I'm sure she'll never think of me again. I should have just kept her as a friend, but I couldn't even do that.
Give me the key to the pantry, Eddie. I can fix this.
Answer the phone.
I can't take back what I
For
said.
God's sake.
And baboosh.
How the hell? That's my gun.
It is.
I'll bet that's not the only thing you're hiding.
Key to the pantry. All right. So that means 18 and 19. They're both done. So then in 20, Tony goes back down to the pantry. Does Martha leave? Martha might leave, but she might be down there as well. Yeah, it is. Oblivious to me, it's a lot like Oberdin. Oberdin was really good. This one's really good too. As soon as you get over, like, get to the reveal of, like, oh, it's not just a straightforward murder. There's timey-wimey supernatural shit going on. But maybe not timey-wimey, but otherworldly shit. She went to burn the photos, but we tried to pin her down to where she's burning the photos, which would be the living room. But we tried to put her there and she wasn't there by her. Either she wasn't there or she wasn't there by herself, or she went to back up to the... we don't know if she took the pictures with her from her room or if she went back up to her room to grab them. She burned the photos in the scene with Eddie. No, she didn't. 19. Burn them. Take the photographs, go up and burn them. So she burns them in 20 or beyond. She was looking at them in 18. Yeah, she was looking at them in 18. No, I thought that too. No, no worries. Someone ought to let Oswald out of the pantry, so he's going to the pantry, maybe. I'll go and check and... go and check she's all right. You go to the dining room and answer the phone. So John... Is it just... It's not just John in the dining room, right? We already tried that, I'm sure. 20, right? 20. Oh, it is just him. Okay, I guess we didn't try that. John Hobbs, I don't live here. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, this is Catherine. Is Martha there?
Person K.
I think she's busy. I can take a message.
I'm sorry, who am I speaking to?
John Hobbs, I'm so sorry, but something's happened.
Are you alright?
There's a body in here with me. Just slumped over at the head of the table, surrounded by drinks. I think there's a bullet hole in the ceiling.
Good grief. Is my daughter there with you?
Sorry, who's your daughter?
Annie Beaumont. I think she's staying there. Is she alright?
At Winter Court!
She's fine, yes. I was just with her.
Oh, thank goodness. How many of you are there?
5.
It's just the 5 of us. I'm not sure why we're all here. And these bodies keep appearing. I don't know why.
Don't you worry. I live nearby, so I'll send some of my neighbours to come and make sure everything's all right. I can't make it there myself, unfortunately. I just need you to keep everyone safe for a while. Is that something you can do?
Oh, excellent.
Piano in 20. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll go and find the others.
I can't imagine what poor Martha is thinking. I'm sure it will all be fine.
Hey,
Keep my daughter
look at
safe,
me.
and
I'm
I'll call you
consuming
again in a little
content.
while. What was your name?
John.
Keep her safe, John.
Oh shit, another one. Fuck. Okay, so there was a piano and thunder. Okay, so that's Martha gone. All right, so the dining room has a piano, right? So I think it's Martha and Annie, maybe? Or in the living room. Martha and Annie. Called it. There she is, burning the photos. I'm burning this photograph!
Are you all right? Close the door behind you, dear. We don't want to let anything in.
I just wanted to make sure you're all right.
I'm fine, darling. I'm taking care of things.
Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you.
Oh, Annie. Come here, darling. You're so much older than I remember.
And you're huge!
Are you sure you're all right?
Darling, what a couple of days it's been. I've been running around so much, I feel like I've hardly had a chance to talk to you. How's your mum?
She's fine. Well, we don't talk much.
It's such a shame we don't meet as often as we used to. Maybe after today, once all this is behind us, I'll have the two of you over for dinner. It gets so lonely in here all by myself.
Of course. Thanks, Martha. I'm glad you're all right.
What are we doing? We can't let these ghosts tell us what to do. I'm going to put the piano on, and we're going to enjoy ourselves. Darling?
I'm going to put the piano on and we're going to enjoy ourselves. This is a new one from America.
Hi, my name is My name is what? My name is Coco.
What are you looking at? Come and dance with me.
This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to
Do you
wish us
know
Coke
who
Carnage.
Eddie is?
Make sure to wish us
Oh my God! Sorry.
What have I done?
What have I done? Thanks, Pete.
He'll be here in a minute, I'm sure. Oh, he loves this song. I'm sure he'd sing the lyrics for you if you asked.
Wait, she remembers Eddie?
Do you know
He's
what?
dead!
I think the two of you would get along.
I could have sworn I'd memorized this. I can't think
Annie,
properly.
put that down. Stop whatever you're writing. We're going to enjoy ourselves. And by tomorrow, all of this will seem like just a bad dream.
Kabloom! And down she goes.
I don't really know how to dance, Martha.
Of course you do. Come on, darling, give me a smile at least.
And
Another one.
another one! This is just a reminder, Finger Your Ass Friday. You said last Friday we get 3 of them up there this time. Yeah. You're right. But that's on my Kick stream. All right, so it must be Tony and Oswald in the pantry then. It has to be. He has to get the key somehow. Or in the kitchen. Or he got the key from Eddie, and now he's gonna let him out.
Oswald! I found the key! What are you doing? Get off me! I'm trying to rescue you!
Drop the gun!
Fine! Look! I won't touch it! I said I'd come and get you out. Remember?
One can't be too careful.
One can't be too careful.
Who locked you up?
You understand, right? Mum,
I didn't see it. I came down here after breakfast, and the next thing I knew, the door had locked behind me.
It must be the house. I think it's getting worse. I was drinking, and all of a sudden, a dead body appeared in front of me.
You were drinking? The house is filled with ghosts, and you thought it was a good idea to have a drink?
I was nervous, all right? Just tell me you know how to stop this.
I can't promise anything.
I'll go and meet the others. Come and find us when you're done with the chapel.
Don't trust them. Martha was in here just before you came in. It was clear the ghosts have already got a hold of her. I'd keep your distance if I were you.
What do you mean? Is she all right?
Go and see for yourself.
Nope. Oh, Mold Rise has an 80% page now. Oh, that's funny. No, I had nothing to do with that. All right, so 19 is done, or 20 is done. Yep, 19, 20, because Eddie's dead. And now we go to the chapel with Tony. And Oswald? They don't go together, do they? No. Oh, come and find us when you're done with the chat. Tony said that. Fucking idiot. Oh, and am I on the wrong day too? Yep, I am. Jesus. Finally, we get to the chapel.
Impossible.
21. Nope. Shit. Who was that? Is that Tony? Yep, that's Tony. That's Tony done for. Okay, so who was in the... No. There we go. So it's Annie and Tony in the living room on 21. Maybe John too? Yep, there we go. I'm glad it gets easier as you go along because everybody's dying.
There's another one.
Oh, bloody hell. I swear it's speeding up.
I only just noticed it.
For God's sake, Anne, can you turn that thing off?
I don't know how.
We got the dead body.
I found another one in the dining room.
The dead body song.
Just
come and sing along with the dead body song.
Well, just kick it. Do something.
So, how many dead bodies are we up to now?
I feel like it can't go on forever. There can only be so many people that used to live here.
There were 4 yesterday.
4? I only saw the one in the billiard room.
I saw 2 others. I don't remember a 4th.
Fine then, 3 yesterday.
And the one we found this morning.
There were 2 there. I checked again.
I found one in the dining room too. And there's that one, of course.
So, 7 total? Tony, don't go near it, just in case it spreads.
No chance. We've been around them for hours now, and it's been fine. What do you expect them to do? Suddenly wake up?
I have an idea. Can we go over what's happened so far?
Oh no, not a clue recap!
Just tell me what's happened since you arrived.
Well, my car got stuck in the mud, and I had to walk the rest of the way to the house.
We saw you at the front door.
Here's what could have happened.
You were there for a while, weren't you?
Wait, were you 2 in the attic?
Both of us were. So who let you in?
I suppose the door must have been unlocked. I didn't meet Oswald until much later.
Great. What happened next?
I came downstairs and met Hobbs.
I'd rather you called me John.
I didn't trust him. I'm not sure why. He's in the same position as the rest of us.
Then you came back upstairs, though?
Not straight away, I didn't. There was the whole business with the pocket watch.
I hate recap episodes.
It doesn't matter.
Me too.
We all met up for dinner, right? Don't you think that's strange?
Why?
Because who made the dinner?
There are probably servants somewhere downstairs, aren't there?
I think there was one, but he died, sadly. I found his body afterwards.
Right. So he wasn't a ghost?
Ghosts can cook. I believe it.
You can't be serious. Tony, please try and think this through properly without jumping to conclusions.
I know as much as you do, so don't start talking down to me, Anne. Clearly, this is something supernatural. You can forget whatever rules you thought you knew.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe it's ghosts. All we've got to go on are some dead bodies. It's probably just someone trying to trick us.
Wait, a trick from ghosts? Do you mean a ghost trick?
That's not the way you were talking about it a moment ago. I've seen them appear in front of my eyes. And there's not been a trace of any other living person.
Pretty good game.
Here.
I played through it.
I feel like there's something we're forgetting.
What's gotten into you two?
Thank you, Captain Zero, with the
figured this out
prime
ages
resub.
ago. Didn't we?
8 months.
What about the piano? Who was playing it?
Are you blind? Do you really not know how it works?
Well, someone still has to turn it on. And I didn't.
So there must be someone else here.
It's ghosts, Hobbs. And can we just ignore him?
It might not be ghosts.
Thanks.
I don't think it is.
So, 7 complete strangers walked into the house, cooked us dinner, turned the piano on, and
Part-time
and then
comedian.
died.
Thank you.
You really expect me to believe that?
I feel like we're not keeping track of things. I have a list of all our names, but I keep finding ones I don't recognize.
There are more names?
Oh, she had a list
How
of
many?
names.
7. There's always been 7. The 3 of us, Oswald, and then 3 others.
Well, does it have my name on there?
Yes?
Then it's wrong, anyway. My real name's not Tony. People just call me that after my father.
You're joking. What's your real name?
Well, I don't want to say, do I? Or maybe I'll end up on your death list with the other ghosts.
They can't be ghosts. I wrote stuff about them. Like Martha. I'm guessing that must be her. It says she's the owner of the house and she had strong perfume. I feel like I must have known something.
How did you know what to write?
I didn't. I wrote it, but I can't remember writing it.
Are you trying to imply you were possessed? Isn't it far more likely that you simply got a bit flustered and forgot? Or perhaps someone else wrote it on there?
I'm just trying to think. I feel like I must have known someone called Martha at one point.
Shut up. Both of you! Shut up!
Tony? Don't point that at us!
Shut up!
Where did you find it? I thought you said you lost it.
I found it. On one of the bodies.
Move away from the body, Tony. And put the gun down.
You two are going mad. You really don't remember?
I don't know what you mean. You're scaring me, Tony.
Who is this? Who am I standing over?
Martha?
Yes! Exactly! There should be 5 of us, right?
This reminds me of the Rick and Morty episode when they have the memory leeches or whatever the fuck, and they keep like, that's where Mr. Poopy Butthole comes from, and Pencilvester, and fucking Frankenstein and shit like that. Except like kind of in reverse.
Martha Galley! You even wrote it. She came and spoke to me yesterday after John
Aberdolf
disappeared to look
Linkler?
at the piano.
You mean?
I mean a real, living person. Why do you look so confused?
Please just put the gun down.
Don't do this to me! This isn't funny!
Tony!
And kerblonk, he's done.
Oh my god.
Another one!
That wasn't there when we came in, was it?
Another one!
The house! It's playing with our minds. I need to get out of here.
Wait, Annie. Damn it. Must be something in this room I'm missing.
A gun! Probably a gun. Okay, so everyone is accounted for in the living room, or in 21. 20. 21. Oh, there was another thunderclap, right? Got it. Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Thunderclap there. That's Tony's number. $22. Back to the chapel with Ozzy. Oh, wee wee. This is the longest scene, I think, probably in the game. Okay, well, I'm guessing John stays in the living room. Yep. He stays in the living room because he says, I gotta find something here.
I recognise this gun from earlier. Should have taken it then. No sign of injury. How did you get in here? One of us should have seen you come in. John, you're missing something. Someone must have moved the body in here without me noticing. I must just be forgetting things.
Oh yeah? You think?
Then there must be someone behind this. And I'm certain it's not Oswald. But where are they hiding? We would have found them if they were in the house. The chapel! Dear God, Annie!
Boom! Another one bites the dust. And another one gone, another one gone, another one bites the dust. Alright.
Oswald?
Hello, my dear.
How did you get out of the pantry?
The door was unlocked. The house, it seems, has changed its mind.
Sure.
Have you worked out what's causing all of this?
I've always known, I think. I've always known there was someone missing from my life.
I think people are dying, and I can't remember. I feel like I'm losing my mind. What should we do, Oswald?
When Ellie died, we didn't have a funeral. We didn't acknowledge her death to anyone else. We weren't allowed to grieve. And now, my grief has been stolen from me once again.
Oswald, please! I don't know how to stop it! I can't! None of these names mean anything to me!
What names?
Tony. Who the hell is Tony? He has a gun, and he's paranoid. Was that the one in the living room?
The gun? Good heavens, that thing was terrifying. You haven't brought it here, have you?
Where did you see it? Well, who was holding it? Tony? Oh, I can't think.
Oh, that funny boy. Yes, I caught him with it in his bedroom. I wouldn't trust him. It's better if he doesn't know we're here.
You knew him?
Oh, my poor girl. You don't remember?
I don't know. Who was he?
Think, child. Why did you come here? Is there someone in your life you can't remember?
I don't know. I mean, what the fuck kind of a question is that? Is there someone in your life you don't remember? Maybe? Always maybe to that question?
A friend, a sibling, a parent. We have all been brought here for a reason.
I'm not sure.
This is important. Were there empty beds in your house? An extra pair of shoes in the hallway?
I can't remember, Oswald. I can't... What's going to happen to me?
My dear, I do not know. But I fear it is our fate to join the others. If we cannot remember what it was that brought us here, then it may already be too late.
And...
They're out here too. Oswald used to live here. Family drawing. Oh, the drawing. He showed it to me. He...
Probably lots, Saku.
It can't be.
Annie? Are you alright? I can't believe
Yeah, that makes sense, Scorch.
Stay back. Don't come any closer.
What? What's going on?
I had it all wrong. We weren't supposed to remember. I should have realized it sooner. If I had just got rid of the list, I could have saved Oswald.
Who are you talking about? Is someone else here?
No, you have to leave right now.
If someone is doing this, I can stop them.
John, listen to me. You need to get out of here. I think the same's going to happen to me.
You bet,
Ridiculous,
Fabiana.
Annie.
I'm glad you're liking it.
I'm not leaving you. Your mum made me promise.
She knows we're here.
I told her I'd keep you safe, and that's what I'm going to do. Help will be here shortly.
It's too late. It's too late if she remembers too then.
Come back to the house with me. Please, Annie.
Wait. Maybe I can stop it. There's still time.
Exactly. We can figure this out together.
Give me the gun.
Oh, fuck. John doesn't shoot her.
Give it to me. We don't have much time.
Why do you want it? I'm not going to, Annie.
Give it to me, John.
Just tell me why you want it.
I can stop this. I can stop it from spreading.
Annie, please, let's just...
Oh! I'm sorry, John.
Oh, kicked him in the balls.
What are you doing?
It's the only way. I don't want to be forgotten.
Annie, put the gun down. I can help you.
You can't help me. You couldn't help any of us. I need my mum to remember who I am. Just tell her. Tell her I'm sorry.
Annie, wait!
Well, there's the stained glass that they talked about.
Oh, she wasn't there a second ago. They must be following me.
Dining room? Oh yeah, I guess we could put a one last thunderclap there. I don't know what the hint at 16 is. It's still there though. Oh, maybe it's a hint about the phone? Oh, there he goes. You had enough on your plate. You said the police are coming, didn't you? Oh.
John, is that you?
Yes,
Is everything all right?
I think so.
Good. A few of my neighbours are making their way over to you, but they won't be there for at least another half an hour, what with all this dreadful weather we've had. Will you be all right until then?
Yes,
Is something wrong?
I think there's someone else in the house.
There's someone else with you?
I haven't seen them, but I suppose someone must be hiding somewhere, and they've led me here to frame me. I don't know. Perhaps they'll kill me next. I don't know.
Are you sure? That sounds rather serious.
There must be someone else. There was fresh food on the table, and the piano was playing earlier. Do you know who lives here?
No one lives in Galley House as far as I'm aware. It's been empty since old Elizabeth Galley passed away. Well, she only had one child, a girl called Eleanor. And she died a long time ago.
Hold on. Elizabeth had Eleanor. Okay. And an only child.
So whoever it is, I'm sure they're just trying to wind you up, John.
I went to try and look for people in the chapel. I took a gun and then all of a sudden...
Are you still there?
Do you know someone called Annie?
Annie?
I found a note in the chapel by one of the bodies. Did she used to live here?
She's there with you, is she? She's all right?
Did you know her?
Now, John, you said you'd keep her safe. Where is she?
I don't know.
Then go and find her, John. I asked you very specifically to make sure my daughter was safe. Is something wrong?
No. I'm sure your daughter's fine. She's probably just in the next room. And I'd forgotten about her. I think my memory is fading. But there's no need to worry.
Good grief. Are you sure she's all right?
I'll go and check for you. What did you say her name was?
Annie Beaumont. John, what's going on?
I need to go. I'm so sorry. What have I done?
Ugh, why does this keep happening? This isn't working.
The fuck? Oh, there we go. We got a thing here. Page 3. Process SNC ensures that for a given event series timeline will be calibrated starting with the first death and ending with the last. SNC is only able to follow traces of people who died within the range of the timeline. People who died after the end of the calibrated timeline may still appear in scenes, but only alongside other people that SNC was able to directly follow. Gunshot death didn't stop it spreading. Location meeting. SNC is able to reconstruct all scenes for anyone who died during the timeline, provided they died within a mile radius of the machine site. It is possible that SNC may detect a trace of someone who died within the timeline, but was not near enough to the machine's present location to be able to be followed through all scenes. In this case, only the moment of their death will be accessible using the machine. Oh, this was the list. Used to live here, family drawing, question marks. Paranoid about a gun, owns a house, strong perfume. Okay. Oh, also, this invitation. Very sorry to hear about you and Claire. I've always thought you two seem perfect with each other. Blah, blah, blah. Why don't you come to Galley House Saturday? I'm having a small gathering for my birthday. You'd be more than welcome to stay the night with us. I can introduce you to my family. None of us have your talent, of course, but I recently acquired something to keep you interested if you decide to come. The fucking piano. It's not perfect, but sometimes when you close your eyes, it's like someone else is in the house. Like someone else is playing the piano in the house. He's just a piano repairman. Lieutenant Screwdriver, thank you for the 38 months. They always say someone. It's Hobbs. Hobbs cries. No matter who's in the scene, if they cry or something, like, it will say someone cries, so it doesn't reveal who it is in case you don't know. Well, I think. This one had been shot 3 times, found with a bloody knife and a pair of leather gloves. That is, Catherine Beaumont, right? The mother of Annie and Vic. Right, they were... Yeah, Annie and Vic are siblings. Yeah, photo nearby shows 2 young girls. Yeah, found walking in nearby village, deep cut on left arm, holding a bottle of absinthe, no idea. And swallow. Have been shot 3 times, found with a bloody knife. I don't know who those guys would be. Okay. I guess I don't understand this. Was not near enough to the machine's present location to be able to be followed through all scenes. In this case, only the moment of their death will be accessible using the machine. It wouldn't be, no. Winter Court? Oh, winter coat? Oh my god. Distant thunder rumbles. Oh my god. Would it be 25 or 24? Oh, maybe I have to, yeah, hold on. Maybe I have to move them around. Okay, 25. Oh, I don't know if the name. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't know if it matters. Yeah, I don't think the name matters. Because you can call him whatever you want. You can misspell it too. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't work. Really? That's kind of silly. Oh, person K. That's silly. Right at the fucking end. Now listen, I know that's what the subtitles had her as, but they revealed her name going through the game as Catherine, the mother of Vic and Annie, who was in Wintercoat. Later on in the game, they called her Kay for some reason. I just think either one should work. And if you label her, that's at the end of the game, man, that's a little nitpicky and fucking finicky. I don't like it. I know who it is. What? Lauren's done. Man, I was ready for this to be done, dude. I was like, that's a good wrap up. Let's go. Okay. Apparently not. Oh, come on. Oh, don't tag the main mystery with a new, smaller mystery. My death, time code 31. Sorry, Rhea. Okay. Oh, no, stop it. We're in the living room because it has the fireplace. Six, 7, okay. Oh, of course it's 6, 7, fuck's sake. All right, 6, 7, 31. Nope. Lauren's done. Wait, D-U-N-N-E? D-U-N-N, okay. Oh, I'm right. I'm there. What's my code? 70. Oh, wait, hold on. There I am. That's me. And my name, I forgot my name. What's my name? Rhea Becken. All right. Yeah, B-E-C-K-O-N. Okay. Fuck you, that's my name.
Rhea, we don't have much time. Help me get this to work.
Lawrence? What took you so long? I've had to figure out everything for myself.
Did you find out how it started?
Well, I'm not sure, but I have followed it pretty far.
The doll!
I traced it
No,
to someone
it's not
called
the doll.
Catherine, but I don't know what happened after that. What are you doing?
I found something in the room Rupert died in. Damn it! How do you get this stupid thing to work?
What is it?
An old roll of film. It's our only hope at figuring out what caused all this. Oh, but scanning it takes time. I don't have that long.
What do you mean? Are you okay?
How many thunderclaps have there been so far?
I think 4?
27, 28, 29, 30. One new time code for each death. Damn it! I don't have the list of IDs.
4 deaths? Wait, I thought the only people here were me, you, and Meg.
We shouldn't have trusted her. Oh, I'm sorry I dragged you into this, but I didn't know what I was getting into. Oh, this is all her fault.
Slow down. Just tell me what happened.
I found Meg earlier. She explained what was going on, but she took my bag with the list of IDs in it and threw it down the dumbwaiter shaft. That was around the time of the 3rd thunderclap. We were already too late. I can't stop it from happening.
Lawrence, we can get through this. What was your plan?
I went to look for clues after I talked to Meg. And that's when I found the film. But I couldn't save Pippa.
Who's Pippa?
Well, of course, you wouldn't remember. But she was there with me, helping me look for the film. I should have left as soon as I saw her body appear.
You remember her?
I'm sorry. I thought I had more time. I thought I could still stop it.
We can figure this out. There must be something we haven't tried.
Listen to me. You need to go back through the events of this evening. You'll hear things you don't remember saying. But you have to keep going. It's our only chance to find out how to stop this.
What do you mean? What are you writing?
God, you won't remember me. I need to get out of here. What am I doing?
Flip flunk. Doop 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 doop. Turn the generator on and oh my God, body!
What the hell?
Oh, good Lord, what is happening? $65 Esmore. $66 M. Patterson. $67 L. Dunn. 70 R. Becken. 73 Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Giggs, Mr. Giggles. 75 Miss Smith. Oops. $74 is Miss Smith, you idiot. $75 is Jacqueline. Oh, Morse, M-O-R-S. Whoops. S'mores. I found something in the room Rupert died in. So Lawrence was in the study. Oh, after I talked to Meg, and that's when I found the film. Okay, so it's 2, 3, or 4. How come they're the only people on the thing? Oh, because I don't remember them? Oh, shit. What is this? $30, $29, $28. So he was with somebody else there. I found something in the room Rupert died in, the study. An old roll of film. I found Meg earlier. She explained what was going on, but she took my bag and threw it down the dumbwaiter shaft. Threw it down, so that's the dining room. Meg is M. There we go. There we go.
Hey, where have you been all evening? The machine just cut out on us.
You need to go and look. I found a body.
A body?
Oh.
What the hell's going on?
Meg.
Was it that woman I met earlier?
No, it was a man.
Woman I met earlier.
Didn't recognize him.
I thought I made it clear. I only agreed to come here if it was just the three of us. You, me, and Rhea. No one else. How hard is that to understand?
I didn't tell you. I wanted to come here to try and track down a disease. I thought this was where it started.
There's a disease? Why the hell didn't you make that clear? We haven't taken any precautions.
I know, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd come otherwise. But I didn't think we'd be in any danger.
What sort of disease?
I don't know what causes it, but I don't think it spreads through proximity. I'm trying to think. I went into the room and I noticed the balls had been set up on the table.
Okay, so she was in the billiard room.
And then all of a sudden they started to roll into the pockets. But I never touched them. It's
With
only looking
somebody.
back on it now that I realise someone else must have been in there with me.
No memory loss is ever that focused. You must be able to remember something.
No, I swear it's the truth. I can't even tell that my memory has been messed with. I vividly remember being on my own the whole time.
I have the list of machine IDs in my bag. I can probably work out who he was.
You idiot! Give that to me!
Huh? What was that for?
Were you not listening to what I was saying?
That list of IDs was our only chance of being able to track what's going on. We're completely in the dark without it.
What if it's remembering that causes you to die? We know it doesn't spread by conventional means, and the victims so far have always had connections to each other.
How many people are in this house anyway?
We're Mason and Pippa.
Fuck, M. Patterson could be Mason.
They were supposed to be waiting in here.
No, it couldn't be. Never
We need to go and warn them.
Wait! If it's remembering that causes death, then we need to be careful about who we talk to.
I saw Mason going into the room with the dead body. He might be close to remembering.
Then it's too late. If he dies, you have to stop yourself from remembering him.
I can't. I don't know how. It's the thunder. That means it's happened again.
But I still remember all of us. Me, you, Rhea, and Pippa. Was there someone else you didn't mention?
Mason.
It's best not to think about it. We probably did talk about them. And now... we've forgotten.
What? 29. Mason dies in 29.
What were you thinking? You knew this disease was dangerous, but you brought us all here anyway.
I thought if we figured out how it all started, we might be able to figure out how to end it.
I think I know which room to look in. I'll see what clues I can find.
We're relying on Rhea to figure all this out. I'll go make sure she has everything she needs.
Meg, I'll do what I can, but then I'm getting out of here. You should too.
God damn, they gave us so much information in that one fucking scene. Jesus Christ. Oh, so these need approval, so they're not in yet. Pippa. Oh, so Pippa's got to be Miss Smith then, the lawyer. Because there's no other one with a P first name, unless it's a nickname. Oh, wait a minute. Ah! Moore's name is spelled wrong? No, it's not. M-O-R-S. I corrected it. Right? S-M-O-R-S, yeah. Who the fuck is Mason? You'd think it has to be Mason Gibbs, right? Because he's the only other man. $73.66 in the billiard room. Oh, at 28. $27. Fuck! S more? I fucking... Had to be somebody.
Hey, where the hell were you? I told you clearly to watch over the two of them.
I just thought I'd go and check the room where John Hobbs must have jumped from to see if there were any clues.
And? Did you find anything?
No, there was nothing there.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Meg. Do you know the risk
Say his goddamn name!
To get all this machinery here?
It'll be worth it, believe me. We just...
Hold on.
need a bit of time.
Well, I suppose it's too late to worry about it now. Those guests of yours had better keep their mouths shut after all this is over. You know, Meg, I was just talking to that man in the holding room. I know we both went to the same university.
Oh, well, that's a nice coincidence.
A coincidence? I'd like to think there was more to it than that.
Yes. Well, it's a bit of a stretch, but it might help us to have some old friends around.
But that's not the full picture, is it? There's another link here that connects all these people together. And I don't think you're the one that invited them all here. Are you, Meg?
I wasn't, no.
What were your instructions?
I had to get all of us here. The originals.
Say his name!
You, me, Lawrence. I didn't invite the others.
Christ! I've risked it all to bring us here, Meg.
You keep saying Meg, say his name!
It's only two strangers, and they both seem perfectly nice to me.
3 strangers? I asked you to watch over 3 of them.
Mason and Pippa. I don't remember a third.
Mason and Pippa are the strangers.
You know, the one that gave me this watch. Oh, she told me some far-fetched story that it would alert its holder whenever someone had died. As far as I can tell, it's just a normal watch, but the ticking's been driving me mad.
And his name is what?
Hi, my name is my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Fascinating. Wait, you really don't remember?
Should I?
Mason said you two had gone off together. You must have been with her just before coming in here.
I swear, I don't remember anyone else being there.
That's incredible. You don't remember looking over your shoulder to see who was following you? Or another set of footsteps?
I swear to God, I have no idea what you're talking about. Does that mean it's you? Have I caught
No
it?
such focused neurological damage could...
Plonk.
Oh dear.
And just like that, I'm super confused again. Hooray! Yeah, we definitely know she was Meg, right? Yeah. I was just talking to that man in the holding room. What the fuck is the holding room? What would you guys say is a holding room? Nah, I can't add it. No add locations. I'm like the pantry? Yeah, they used the pantry last time. So, okay. 65, 73 in the kitchen. Oh, and 27, right? Yeah, 27. Okay. Nope. Holding room would be maybe the attic. Maybe the chapel? Chapel seems like a good place to hold people. Nope. Dining room, like where we are? I would be in there too, though. Oh, fuck. Okay. So it is the dining room. Oh, no, I'm not in the dining room. I'm in the living room. Never mind. I'm in the living room.
Hey, where's Meg? I thought I told her to watch over the three of you.
Oh, I don't know. She took the woman, Jackie. She said she had to take her somewhere.
And what about the other one?
Pippa? I think she said she wanted...
Okay, so I was right. Pippa is the other one.
to do some exploration. Oh, I tried to tell her.
4 years I've kept this machine a secret. What the hell is Meg up to?
I don't know.
Why did she invite you here?
What?
She didn't. You did.
What, I did? I don't know who the hell you are.
You told me. You said you had something to show me.
I did I? Oh, someone's playing a clever trick, and they know their history.
So, it wasn't you who invited me?
Lawrence and Rhea didn't know the location until this morning. They wouldn't have been able to plan ahead like this. It must have been Meg. But why? She seemed dead set on solving this case. She would have known how dangerous it was to invite outsiders. What did your invitation say exactly?
I thought it was from you. It just said you'd made a breakthrough and you wanted to show me something.
No offence, Mr. Gibbs, but I can't imagine why I'd want to bring you along on a scientific investigation.
You don't recognize me?
Recognize you from where?
We knew each other. Well, we met once. We both studied physics. Back at university, you lent me your textbook once, and I never gave it back.
Oh, fascinating. No, there's more to this than I thought.
I have the textbook here with me. The invitation said to bring something of mine that you'd remember. I assume that's what you meant.
Give that to me.
I was lucky I kept it all this time. But I never throw things out, I suppose.
You'd have thought there'd be some kind of clue hidden in
The
here.
only notes are the ones you wrote yourself. I didn't add any, of course. I was only borrowing it.
So you weren't three strangers after all. A teacher, a lawyer, and a spectronoeticist. There must be a connection to each I'm missing.
Well, I don't know of any connections. I've never met the other two in my life.
That has to be it.
You've figured it out?
I'm getting closer. Don't leave this room, or I'll know.
I won't.
Oh, did you just... Oh, no! It just crashed on me! Ah, no! Son of a bitch. Wait, what were we playing? I don't remember.
Why did...
What?
I did... Oh... What did you...
You don't
recognize...
We...
Give... So... I'm getting closer.
I won't.
I need to talk to Meg before this gets out of control.
Oh, and then he goes... Okay, hold on. He goes somewhere. Me, you, Ray, and Pippa. Okay. Yeah, okay. So 30, the study. But who else is with him? Because wait. Yeah, okay. He dies there. Oh, he did say Pippa was helping him. Okay. So we got him, Pippa, in the study. There we go. At what time? 30.
What's going on? Your seance machine just overloaded. It looked like it had a power
You
surge.
were using the machine. I thought I told you.
Rhea was using the machine and I was helping her. Listen, if it's picked up a new signal...
I know what it means. Trust me. The best thing you can do right now is to leave. Don't talk to me and don't think about anything that's
I'm not leaving
happened.
until you tell me what's going on. If you're looking for something, I can help you find it.
I'm trying to find anything that could be a clue as to how the disease started.
I should have realized. It was only the younger girl that was worried about their mum finding out. The older one must not have known. It was the same thing. The same disease. I've been tricked. I wasn't brought here to help you. I was brought here to die.
What the hell is that?
A modified noetic booster. My own making. One shot to the head is the equivalent of 1,000 hours with a seance machine.
Why the hell do you have that on you?
You never know when you need
Seance machine?
Better safe than sorry.
You don't really intend to use it.
Just keep looking. There must be a clue in here somewhere. It's the bag. It's the bag. It must have something important in it.
Don't look in there. Are you mad?
There has to be something. I know it. A tie? I saw this pattern earlier.
Put it back. Please, put it back in the bag.
It's too late. That bloody teacher.
But you're not dead yet. Just stop thinking about it. Maybe we can still stop it. What the hell was that for?
If I'm not making it out of this, I at least had to see if my design
Pippa,
really worked.
Focus on me. We don't know exactly what causes people to die. Maybe you still have more time. What the hell? I can't be here. The noetic booster. It was hers. Some old film. This has to be it. I still have time. If I can stop myself from fully remembering, I can still do this. I can still do this.
Okay. All right, so 29. Pippa, Rhea in the living room.
Hi, I don't think I caught your name.
It's Rhea.
I'm sorry, you can't be in here.
It's much too late for that. I've already made myself familiar with your equipment. I'm impressed.
I'm trying to do an investigation. I need you out of the room.
It's fun, isn't it? Using the machine. I tried it once.
I'm going to after this. I will add some avatars. I just wanted to get that out of my head.
You're really not supposed to have done that. And how did you turn it on? You don't have an access card.
Oh, no, not that machine exactly. The one I used was not as big and certainly not as powerful, but it did its job.
I thought this was supposed to be the only one in existence. Where did you find the other one?
I was asked to help with detecting codes for it to use. I didn't ask what the purpose was, and I wasn't told. But a home-built machine set up in a creepy playroom, I had to use it once, to see for myself.
You can detect codes?
That's why I was invited here. Or so I thought. Only I've been told I should stay out of the way instead. I didn't come here to be chatting with a geography teacher for hours on end.
Maybe it's for the best. Even if Meg did invite you, she's more than capable of setting this all up herself. You can go home if you want to.
Look, I know you don't want my help, but before you all arrived, I placed some of my own equipment around the house. And while I was stuck in the holding room just now, I received a signal from one of the upstairs antennas. It looks to be more or less the same format that you're using for this machine. If it's any help at all, you should take it.
Oh, I'll see if it works. But like I said, we're perfectly capable of doing this ourselves. Huh? Oh, for goodness sake.
What's happening?
It's fine. This is the second time this has happened. I'll just restart the generator. If that's what you came here for, then I'm sorry, but I really need to get back to the investigation.
Where's the other guy you were with? The one that was so protective of the machine?
He left when the power went out the first time. I don't know where he went.
He must have known what would cause a sudden surge in power. I have to go and see this for myself.
Okay. Let's do some avatars here. All right, Pip is the technician. Yeah, technical engineer. Teacher. S. Moores is managing director. Jacqueline is the lawyer. And Meg is the researcher. There we go. Okay, pretty sure we got that all. Okay, and she said she was hanging out with in the dining room with the holding cell. Yeah. And who was supposed to watch them? Meg was, right? No. Oh. Okay, there we go. Oh, researcher at FRC. Oh, D&M. That, yeah, you're right. Okay, different company. Okay, yeah. These are all the perspectives. Okay. I got you now. All right. Oh, she's cheap. That's why. Okay, what did she just said? No, not that. Not this one. Didn't they say Mason was female? I don't think so. Okay. While I was stuck in the holding room just now. So. Okay. There we go. Okay.
Oh. Did you find what you were looking for?
That's none of your business.
Who was it knocking at the door?
2 more people. They didn't seem happy to see me. I sent them both through to the machine room.
Oh, I saw that room. I caught a brief glimpse, I mean. Do you know what they're doing in there?
It's a séance machine. It can listen back to events around the time someone died.
Oh. You know a thing or two about physics, do you?
I have a PhD in analytical spectronoetics. I brought all my equipment here to help them, but no one will admit they ever invited me. What was the point?
You got an invitation too, then? Telling you to come here for something important?
To save many lives now and in the future?
I had the same thing. I thought it was Sam that invited me.
Sam!
Mine was anonymous. I'll admit, I had the suspicion someone was trying to trick me out of my equipment, but I came anyway.
I just took it at face value. I feel like an idiot. I can't imagine we're saving any lives by being here.
Speak for yourself.
What are you holding? What's it doing?
It's something I built to help detect where and when different signals are coming from.
What's the point? I thought this whole thing was a hoax.
If I'm right, the others here are investigating a series of deaths that have all occurred recently. It's been on the news, the thunder and the dead bodies appearing.
Recently?
No one seems to remember any of them.
Some kind of brain disease?
It's more elusive than that. Ever heard of the TV show Broomsticks?
Oh, yeah, it's a classic.
So you remember the old man that used to live in the flat with them?
Who? I thought it was just the 3 of them.
That's what everyone else thought too, until they watched the reruns recently. Imagine their surprise.
I don't get it. You think that has something to do with whatever happened in this house?
That's my theory. But then I don't understand why they'd invite me here and not want my help. I don't trust them.
Yeah,
Making
Mandela
us stay
effect,
in this
exactly. That's
room
what I
the
was
whole
thinking.
time, it's an insult.
What's that?
It's found something. A common source of signals, all coming from upstairs.
Are you going to go and tell them?
I might as well try. If they won't listen to me, then it's their own fault.
I can't stay here any longer. I need to get back to my family.
Yo, Classic Heat Readers! What is up, everybody? How we doing? Welcome on in. How did we do today? Did the baby get loud? Yeah, tacos! tacos. Yeah, let's get some Taco Bell and have diarrhea. You want some diarrhea, babe? Let's get some diarrhea. Yeah, hell yeah. No, we're making tacos at home. Oh, you want the birria tacos? Oh, okay, I know the ones you want. Okay, sounds good. We'll get some birria tacos from that place. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Raiders. Come on in. We're trying to figure out this mystery. I already found the place on my phone in case I get too Friday to be this high stoned. Yep. Sounds good. Sounds good. Did you find what you were looking for? Oh, wait. Nope. Never mind. So in 27, Pippa was somewhere. Oh, knocking at the door. 2 other people knocking at the door. Okay, so it wasn't these 2. So Pippa was at the entrance with Lawrence and Meg? Or not. Who was it knocking at the door? 2 more people. They didn't seem happy to see me. I sent them both through to the machine room. Oh, to the machine room. Oh, okay. Lawrence and Rhea. There we go. Okay, let's try that. Yep, that's where I knocked at the very beginning of the game.
I assume we used the front door?
It's locked.
Well, that looks like Meg's umbrella, so they're definitely here.
Can't see anyone inside.
They'll come. They can't start this without us.
You said this was a murder site.
Something like that. Someone was shot, someone fell out a window, plus a whole bunch of other deaths that were never solved. Sam was explaining it to me this morning. There's an old newspaper in my bag if you want to take a look.
Newspaper!
Okay. But you think we can figure out what really happened?
That's not my problem. I'm only here to make sure the machine is working properly. If it were up to me, we wouldn't be doing any of this. But Sam,
yeah,
when
this part
Sam
ties
gets
back
an
to the
idea
intro.
into his head.
And she doesn't remember any of it because they're all dead.
Idea. Apparently it wasn't easy getting Sam's approval to move all the machinery out here.
And it's even worse than I thought. Oh, come on!
The door opens on its own. I remember that from the
Look,
intro.
I'm not sure I should be here. I don't know as much as maybe you think I do.
I'm sorry for asking you to come here after work, Rhea, but trust me, if I could do all this myself, I would. I needed someone new to interface with the machine. I've used it far too much myself.
Is it dangerous?
No. It's perfectly safe.
Perfectly.
And I have an auto-injector in my bag if worst comes to worst.
What's going to happen to me that I'd need one of those?
Nothing. It's just a precaution. But when we first started, we didn't understand its limitations. I've never experienced it myself, but I've known people get obsessed with using the machine over and over again. Even long after they've stopped using it, they can be locked in conversation with people that aren't there, just talking to
You
thin
should
air.
have warned me. I feel like I'm underqualified for this.
You'll be fine. Trust me. You're only using the machine just for this evening. You won't get any hallucinations, I promise. And even if you do, they'll wear off after a couple of days.
Oh, good. Nice.
Hello?
2-day
Who the
long
hell are
trip?
you?
Sounds great.
I'm Pippa Smith.
Just confirmed.
You're really telling me you don't know who I am either?
Where's Meg and Sam? I thought this place was supposed to be empty.
Then you're in for a surprise.
What's going on?
Your friends are here, but it seems they're preoccupied with the other guests. If it's the seance machine you're looking for, you'll find it just through there on your
The
right.
seance machine? You mean...
I'm a researcher in the field of spectronoetics. I've seen this stuff before.
You'll stay away from our machine. You shouldn't be here in the first place.
Yeah,
Come
bitch!
on. We should get started.
You need to go and wait somewhere else while we're using the machine. Understand?
Fine with me.
What the hell was that about?
Meg and Sam didn't tell you about inviting anyone else?
I only agreed to come on the condition it was just us four. I don't like being lied to. Come on. I'll show you how to get everything set up.
No, there is not a TLDR for this right now, Daniel, man. Sorry. Okay, so Ray and Mason and 28 in the okay. Yep, Rhea, Mason in the dining room. 28? Yes. Or not Mason, Rhea and this guy. Wait, what? What? Lawrence. What did he just say? What was the last thing he said? Oh, not the dining room. The living room. I forgot they're in the living room. My bad. There.
There's so much stuff. Are you sure this has all been set up properly?
Meg knows what she's doing. Can you switch that generator on over there?
Yes, I can. I just know how to do it because you didn't tell me. Who are you?
Looks like the
What's
antennas
happening?
are working. I'll tick these off as we go along.
Looks like it's not ready yet.
Don't worry about that. We need to get the machine set up first.
What does identification
I felt like I did it all myself, but I
Right.
didn't. Lawrence
You
was
need to
there the
put
whole
the
time
UID
from the
card.
beginning.
Go over to the computer and follow the instructions.
I don't like city builder games.
I'm
Coffee.
supposed
Thank
to
you,
put
though.
my hand on the screen.
Yeah, that's it. It won't hurt you.
Rhea Beckon.
Cyril Figgis.
Fantastic. If you slot it into the machine, it should recognize it.
It's still not working.
Oh, you'll need to calibrate the IDs. And you'll have to tell it where the 3 antennas are too. It's all on the note. Ah, here's the list of IDs. I'll add your name. Who the hell are all these people? I've told her before. She's not supposed to add new IDs to the machine without my oversight.
Danger zone. Thank you, Vincent. Giving a sub to Danger Zone.
Okay, it's working.
All you need to do now is to figure out which scene codes to enter into the machine to progress.
So I was doing all of this research for the old mansion stuff while everybody was here, but I didn't notice that anybody was helping me because they're all dead and I forgot them. That's kind of cool.
Sort out the computer to make sure it's updating from all the scenes correctly. Let me know if you need help.
I think I can figure it out.
It made me glow purple? What's going on?
How's it going? Can you hear it all right?
It's crazy. It's like I can see it all in my head.
Oh, okay.
The first time's always the best.
Someone mentioned an invitation.
Oh, yeah. Sam gave it to me this morning. You can have a read if you like.
That's why they just appeared on my desk out of nowhere. I didn't even question that. I was like, that's a video game. Shit's just gonna appear. That's why all the clues and all the help appeared on my desk while I was doing this. Yep.
Have you figured out who did it yet?
I'm not sure. I feel like I'm just following people for the sake of following them.
Well, I'm sure one of them's a murderer. Haven't you seen any dead bodies yet?
Nope.
Only one person so far. They died in the study. But I don't know how they died. I don't even know who they were.
Keep going. I'm sure once all the others start dying, it will become obvious who's doing it.
No, immediately when they were like, here's more people and more shit to figure out, I'm like, oh, fuck me. Another side story? No. It's actually happening at the same time, which is kind of neat. Because I thought it wrapped up, you know, okay.
Bloody hell.
The machine must have overloaded. That can only mean one thing. Go and restart the generator. I'll go and see what the hell the others are up to.
Yeah, the generator just fixed itself. Okay. However, where was Meg during this? Where the hell were you? Check the room where John Hobbs must... Oh, she was in the attic. Okay, there we go. Okay, so 27 attic Meg. Shut up, Meg. Oh, no, I forgot to uncheck this bitch. You bitch, you're fucking up the fuck. You're fucking up the fuck. You two had gone off together. Okay, so it's the only other person it could be is Jacqueline.
That's it. Just up here.
And that's why we didn't see her, because she died right away, apparently.
I did as you asked.
You made sure to give him the watch.
I can follow simple instructions. What was all that for, anyway?
And you told him the story?
I told him exactly what you told me to tell him. I didn't enjoy it, but I think he found it quite amusing.
The others have just arrived. They'll start using the machine, and then all we need to do is wait.
Now, I was promised that you'd be able to help me. That, as scientists, you'd be able to put a stop to the bodies.
If we can find out how it all started in this house, then we can work out a way to stop your friends from dying.
My friends? They were not my friends!
Right, and family members. But like it or not, you're clearly connected to the recent bout of
Oh, is she a
deaths.
galley?
I had nothing
Or a
to do with any
dower?
of it. I found myself in the middle of all these deaths, and clearly I've been framed, and I just need a way to get myself out of it.
Yes, whenever we find anything out...
That's why she
We're
doesn't have a
coming at
last
you
name.
Saying you don't even know what's going on?
We'll figure it out. I promise. Right. I'll go and see how the others are doing.
Oh, I love you. I love you.
Am I supposed to recognize any of this? What is this? Aftershave? Gosh, that smell. It's that horrible stuff that Michael wears. I should have told him I was out. I don't know why I forgot to tell him.
Who the fuck is Michael?
I don't understand. Why is this stuff here? He can't have anything to do with it. It's not possible.
And down she goes. Okay, so she's dead. Yep, she dies here. They're not in the same order of death now, are they?
Hi, my name is my name is what? My name is Coco Conch.
I found a body. Okay, hold on. Hold on. So this thunderstrike was her. She dies. Who dies on this thunderstrike? Oh, Sam dies. She notices. That's right. Okay, that's what she's talking about here. I just found a body. Right. In the billiard room, right. Okay. Sorry. That one was obvious. Okay. Right, she describes the whole scene as if he was never there. So down in the kitchen. So maybe is he in the dining room? Okay, hold on. He's still in the dining room by himself then. $28. Oh. Oh, he leaves. He needs to get back to his family. So make sure she has everything she needs. Okay, so Rhea and Meg in the living room at 30. There we go. Dr. Feelgood with 16 months, thank you.
Meg, where have you been? I haven't seen you all evening.
Nice guy.
It's not important. Things have been happening, but I can't think about that. Is there anything you need? Have you figured out what's going on yet?
I'm getting close, I think. There's some sort of pattern to the deaths, but I haven't figured out what's causing all of it.
Okay, that's good. We'll help you out as much as we can by looking for any other clues. Huh. What even is this?
A piano? What are you trying to look for?
Rhea, I'm sorry.
Exactly, Dr. Feelgood. Exactly. Why not use your Prime
made a
sub if you
mistake.
have Amazon Prime and it's hooked up to
I
your
asked
Twitch
you and
account?
Lawrence to come here
You get a
without
bonus sub to use on
telling
any
you
stream.
the full story. Although, there's always the machine.
I've been making good progress with it. I'm almost done, I promise.
Of course! I added everyone to the ID list earlier. I didn't think it would have to come to this.
Oh, you have more IDs somewhere?
I threw the list away. It was the safest thing to do at the time, but I didn't realize how important they might be later.
Why does this keep happening?
Funny. There's no lightning.
This isn't working.
I guess the machine must be overloading when it detects a new death. Oh, don't worry. I've done this a million times before.
And it fixes itself!
Where are you going?
Wow!
Oh, I'm off to find the list
Nice
of IDs.
tie-in.
I think I know where they'll have fallen. I'll be back soon.
Okay, she
and I'll
goes
get you another
to the
page
kitchen.
from the manual. I put some notes on there.
Don't be long. And don't put yourself in any danger for my sake, will you?
Where is it? Must have fallen down over here. Ah, okay, good. Best not to look at any of this too closely. God. I suppose it could work. Ray is still up there using the machine. She'll be able to listen back to all of this if I give her the IDs. She never asked to be part of this. She deserves to know the truth.
Tell me the truth! Say my name!
Poor Lawrence. He can't have long left.
Nope, he doesn't.
Oh God. It's that stupid toy dinosaur that Lawrence keeps on his desk. I didn't realize what it was for. I'll have to remember quickly. If Lawrence is in there with Rhea, I can't risk it spreading to her. Focus on the dinosaur. Focus on the dinosaur.
And
the dinosaur.
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Yep.
Lawrence Dunn. Oh God.
He's dead. And you're dead. Fuck, that was 2 right in a row. That was real quick. Okay. 2 dead, I guess. I can't do 2 lightning bolts, unfortunately. Oh, the teacher, yeah, or the Mason. And then Lawrence ends up here. And then Pippa dies here. Yep. So yeah, where does... Okay, Mason dies. I didn't recognize him. I made clear. Okay. Someone else must have been in there with me. Okay. Mason and Pippa were supposed to be waiting in here. We need to warn them. I saw Mason going into the room with the dead body. Okay, so he's went into the billiard room. And that was 28. Oops. Not 28. No, he's not there. Must just be 29. She saw him as she was coming to this room. Okay.
Is that a dead body?
Are you asking yourself this?
How did they die?
I guess so.
Is this the same thing as those other deaths? Maybe it's affecting me. I don't remember who he was. Of course, That's the book with all his notes in. I gave it to him. Sam! Oh, of course. I can't believe I forgot. Who else have I forgotten? I can't think. I don't understand. I should never have come here.
Blorp. Another one. And that's for me, right? Excuse me? E. Dolsky? Dolskey. Oh. Well, I'm not a nerd. What are you talking about? You're the nerd. What are you talking about? Oh, they weren't talking to themselves. I remember when I said he was talking to himself. Who are you talking to?
That's it. Just up here. Irvin, she's here.
Good. Good.
I did as you asked.
Wonderful. Thank you for your help, Miss O'Connell.
You made sure to give...
O'Nonnell?
In the watch.
I can follow simple instructions. What was all that for, anyway?
And you told him the story?
I told him exactly what you told me to tell him. I didn't enjoy it, but I think he found it quite amusing.
Very good. I wish I could see the look on his face. Now it's time to see if this plan will actually work.
The others have just arrived. They'll start using the machine, and then all we need to do is wait.
Now, I was promised that you'd be able to help me. That, as scientists, you'd be able to put a stop to the bodies.
Of course, of course. I very much appreciate you coming here, Miss O'Connell, on this rather dismal evening.
If we can find out how it all started in this house, then we can work out a way to stop your friends from dying.
My friends? They were not my friends!
Right, and family members. But like it or not, you're clearly connected to the recent bout of deaths.
I had nothing to do with any of it! I found myself in the middle of all these deaths, and clearly I've been framed, and I just need a way to get myself out of it!
Don't worry. I'm sure we can find a way to put an end to all this trouble. Leave it to me.
Yes, whenever we find anything out, we'll come and let you know.
You're saying you don't even know what's going on?
We'll figure it out. I promise.
Megan, why don't you leave and check on the others? I'm sure I can help explain some things to Miss O'Connell here.
Okay. Are you sure?
I'd imagine you'd be appreciated elsewhere, wouldn't you?
Right. I'll go and see how the others are doing.
In your invitation, you said you knew the answers.
Quite right, Miss O'Connell. Please, come a little closer. My vision's not what it used to be.
Why are you hiding up here? Aren't you with the rest of them?
I used to work with them, yes. Not for a long time, though.
I don't know why you made me lie to that man, but I think I've done more than enough for you. So please, tell me you can help me.
I understand that it must have been quite traumatic for you.
You can't possibly know how it feels. I live in fear. I don't know when they'll appear next.
I've experienced it myself. Soon after I started investigating the deaths, I had my own grisly encounter. But rest assured, the solution I've discovered for myself is the same one I wish to share with you.
Oh, that's such a relief. What's the solution?
I have with me a bag. A bag of mementos, if you will. I collect certain items belonging to the people I investigate. I'm sure something in here will trigger your memory.
What sort of items?
Oh, I can't remember. I don't want to remember. And besides, my senses are dulled nowadays.
Am I supposed to recognize any of this?
I should hope so. If not, this plan will have been for nothing.
What is this? Aftershave? Gosh, that smell. It's that horrible stuff that Michael wears. I should have told him I was out. I don't know why I forgot to tell him.
Excellent. Then it begins.
I don't understand. Why is this stuff here? He can't have anything to do with it.
I'm sure he doesn't. Really, it's nothing to worry about. Now, you'll excuse me, Miss O'Connell, but I think I ought to take my leave.
It's not possible.
Stop it! Please stop screaming! You can't get her back. Just run away. Don't worry about who she is. You have your whole life ahead of you. Don't listen to your father! There's the thunder again. I couldn't do it. I couldn't remember in time. That's it again off in the distance. Far away thunder. How? How could someone else have remembered her first? I was right there.
Irvin? What the hell are you doing here? I haven't seen you in years.
Mason? I hardly recognize your voice.
Irvin? What are you up to? Is that a dead body?
I thought it might be. 2 thunderclaps now.
How did they die? Is this the same thing as those other deaths?
I don't know what other deaths you mean. I must have had a plan, I should think, but I won't try and remember it now.
Maybe it's affecting me. I don't remember who he was.
I'm sure you did, Mason. Did I not tell you to bring something here in my invitation?
Of course. That's the book with all his notes in. I gave it to him.
Wonderful work, Mason. You've played your part so beautifully. Please, could you give me an item of yours to add to my bag? A watch, a scarf, an old keepsake. Anything memorable will do.
Sam! Oh, of course. I can't believe I forgot. You must have introduced me to him originally. It was always the 2 of you, heads together. It was that disease that got him, was it? If it's contagious, we shouldn't be here.
Mason, my friend, do not worry. You cannot change things now. An item, if you please.
Who else have I forgotten? I can't think. Hey!
Oh, the tie! He's taking the tie!
Go!
Your tie, Mason. Give me your tie!
God, take it! What the hell is this about? Sam's dead, Irvin. This is serious.
I do not know a Sam, Mason. And if you already remember him, then I'm afraid I never will.
I don't understand.
Me neither.
Goodbye, Mason. It was nice knowing you.
I should never have come here.
So where was he? It puts him in there. So where was he in 28? Oh, was he? No, he wasn't in the billiard room. I think he left the attic, didn't he? Yeah, he left the attic. Yeah, Irvin Dolsky leaves. He's with whoever's newly dead. Yeah, the billiard room. Because Sam dies on this thunderclap. He dies in the billiard room. But if he was indeed in there, they've been putting him in the scenes that he was previously out of, so. Okay, I guess we'll just watch this.
exploded. It looked like it had a power
You
surge.
were using the machine. I thought I told you.
Rhea was using the machine, and I was helping her. Listen, if it's picked up a new signal...
I know what it means. Trust me. The best thing you can do right now is to leave. Don't talk to me, and...
I should have realized. It was the same... Oh, God.
Yeah. He founded the company. I haven't seen it.
Yep. No, let me... Oh God, do you know Irvin Dolsky?
Him in years.
Yeah, he founded the company.
He must already know how it all works. If he's brought us all here, then this must have been what he was planning. I've been tricked. I wasn't brought here to help you. I was brought here to die.
Oh, I should have known. Meg isn't mad enough to have come up with this plan on her own. How do you know Irvin? He left the company years ago. I didn't think he was stable enough to make it on his
I should
own.
never have agreed to go to his house. I could tell it was a bad idea.
Is that you, Lawrence?
You slippery bastard! I knew it was you!
And my dear Pippa. How nice to see you both again.
He's gonna make us remember. We need to leave.
But what a privilege it is to remember, no? I would have...
Shut up! Shut up right now!
What the hell is that?
A modified noetic booster. My own making. One shot to the head is the equivalent of 1,000 hours with a seance machine.
Why the hell do you have that on you?
You never know when you'll need it. Better safe than sorry.
Very clever, Pippa.
Shut up! I'm serious, Irvin. I know what you're planning, and I can't let you go through with it. So get down on your knees.
So I get that
Don't
he's
say
like
another
the
word.
bad guy, but
I promise. You'll
do we know
regret
why
it.
he's
Don't
doing
really
it yet?
intend to use it.
Just keep looking. There must be a clue in here somewhere.
I was in here earlier while you were setting up the machine, Lawrence. I found something that can help you understand.
What's he talking about?
It's the bag. It's the bag. It must have something important in it.
Don't look in there. Are you mad?
There has to be something. I know
That's
it.
what he wants you to do. It'll kill you.
A tie? I saw this pattern earlier.
Put it back. Please, put it back in the bag.
It's too late. That bloody teacher.
But you're not dead yet. Just stop thinking about it. Maybe we can still stop it.
You should know better than that by now, Lawrence.
Shut up! You bastard! I never asked to be a part of this!
I am sorry, Pippa, but sacrifices have to be made. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You're staying right there! Tell me how to stop this!
It's too late to change your fate, Pippa, but you can at least ensure you do not die in vain. Let me go!
What the hell was that for?
No. Who are you?
I thought she used it on herself.
If I'm not making it out of this, I at least had to see if my design really worked.
No more. My darlings.
Pippa,
Why?
focus on me. We don't know exactly what causes people to die. Maybe you still have more time.
Nope. No more time.
What the hell? I can't be here.
No, Tabitha. Don't throw in the
Irvin,
walls.
Irvin, snap out of it. Oh, what's wrong with you? How did that thing even go off? The noetic booster. It was hers.
Listen to your sister. Mummy will be cross with you.
Damn it, Irvin, what did you find? Some old film. This has to be
Oh,
it.
Maisie. Oh, poor Maisie.
I still have time. If I can stop myself from fully remembering,
Don't make me remember.
Get off me!
Don't make me watch them die again.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I can't see. I can't see.
I can still do this. I can still do this.
Yeah. It's like 1,000 blah, blah, blahs. And he told her earlier, one of the warning labels on the machine was like, don't use it too much. You'll start hallucinating for a few days or forever. But if you use it just for the time being, you'll only get like a couple of days hallucinations. And she just zapped him with something that made him like 1,000 of them or whatever, right? So he's fucked.
I'm sorry. I could not save you. But I need
Yeah, he's Super
I need to
Saiyan.
keep going. I'm doing this for you.
And don't pay attention, she's dead.
Where is it? It must have fallen down over here. Ah, okay, good. Best not to look at any of this too closely.
Help me. Help me.
Irvin? What's wrong with
They're
you?
still here. They're
Hang
everywhere.
on, I can help you. Lawrence keeps something in his bag.
No more. I can't take it. Megan.
Okay.
Is that you?
Irvin, what happened to you?
I ran into some trouble. I cannot remember.
What's going on? I thought you said you had a plan.
I do. You have to believe me. I wouldn't be doing all of this if I didn't think I could save lives.
People are dying. I've seen it with my own eyes. So whatever your plan
I'm
was...
sorry, Megan. I haven't been entirely honest with you.
Do you even understand what you've done? This was our only chance to find out how it all started.
I never believed Galley House was the start of it, Megan. I've been following this trail for a long time. I've traced it back through the Wests and through the Jacobsons before them. The trail never ends. I'm not convinced we'd ever find a reason for it. I don't think we were ever meant to know.
Well, that's super unsatisfying.
So this was all for nothing. You knew we'd never discover a cure, and you still brought us here to die.
We may not know how it started, or how to cure it, but I still believe we can stop it from spreading. I feared that none of you would have come if you knew what I had planned.
Of course we wouldn't. And now Lawrence and Rhea are in danger, and it's my fault they're in this situation.
Who is Rhea? I thought I told you to only bring along whoever was necessary.
How was I supposed to know what that meant? And why did you make me bring Lawrence? I could have used the machine myself.
I needed you and Lawrence here, Megan, because you are the only people left who know who I am. It spreads through emotional connections. And it can only spread from the most recent victim. I needed to ensure I was the last one in the chain.
You needed all of us to go first.
You are the only two people still alive that are at risk of remembering me. All the rest are already dead.
How can you be sure? You must have met so many people.
I've lived a rather solitary life. Or at least, that's what my memory tells me. And as for any past acquaintances I've naturally forgotten about, I have to hope that if I can't remember them, they won't remember me.
Oh, God.
Okay.
I suppose it could work.
I'm sorry to ask you to do this, Megan. If there was any other way...
Ray is still up there using the machine. She'll be able to listen back to all of this if I
Oh
give
shit,
her
I
the IDs.
inadvertently killed myself!
She'll use the machine before we've died.
Fuck!
There's no risk of her remembering you. She's never met you before. She doesn't even know you exist.
Well, damn it, now I do.
Yourself.
Shit!
The connection has to be emotional. As far as she's concerned, you'll just be a voice she doesn't recognize.
That's true.
And if we don't give her any information, she might try to find other people who knew you.
I'll admit, use of the machine is safer than her investigating in person. And it could be useful to have someone left alive to tidy up any loose ends.
She never asked to be part of this. She deserves to know the truth.
Perhaps. So long as you agree to go along with my plan, I think a concession can be made.
What do you need me to do?
I need to be quick. Lawrence has already begun to remember.
Oh, poor Lawrence. He can't have long left.
Do you remember what you put in my bag, Megan?
Oh God. It's that stupid toy dinosaur that Lawrence keeps on his desk. I didn't realize what it was for.
There's no need to tell me, Megan. Just reach in there and pull it out.
I'll have to remember quickly. If Lawrence is in there with Rhea, I can't risk it spreading to her.
I am glad we see eye to eye on this.
Where are you going? You have to be next.
If I'm to be the last, then it's important that no one finds my body. There's a place on the hill that looked at it. I've prepared it in advance. I still have my bag. I'm sure there's something in there that will remind me of you. I'll do it as soon as I hear the thunderclap. And I wouldn't worry. The fire won't spread to the rest of the house, I'm sure.
Take the list of IDs. Give them to Rhea. Please.
I'll grant you that, Megan. It's been nice knowing you.
So he slid the paper on the door, yep.
Focus on the dinosaur. Focus on the dinosaur.
Kerblooey. And
Dinosaur.
down goes Tyson.
Lawrence.
Or Lawrence, excuse me, Lawrence.
Lawrence Dunn. Oh, God.
I remembered! Bleh. Oh, there's a scene. Is there a scene here that I'm missing? Because he's not in one. Okay. So there's a scene in 28 with just him. And where the fuck would it even be? Living room, dining room, billiard room. It says there's a clue here. Okay. So, I mean, I've tried all the outside. I've tried that, and that. $28. No, he's missing somewhere in 28. I mean, does this give clues to that? It says, I mean, it says it does. Yeah, they might be to where he's headed, yeah. Where would he be in 28, though? The study? Oh, okay. Okay. All right, sorry, we got an ad break going right now at the moment, so we're just gonna wait a minute. Yeah, he was looking for the was he? Oh, he was looking for the photographs of the chapel key. Yeah, the film or the chapel key, one of the two. Not sure. Yeah, disease that eats memories and makes Zeus mad. Yeah. Yes, it is a deduction game. Yes, Vendetta on the surface it is a deduction game, or not on the surface. All the way through it's a deduction game, but some weird shit happens. So if you want to play it, it's a given that you will be lost for a time, and then it'll start to make more and more sense. And then you might be a little bit lost again, then it'll start making a little bit more sense. So it's a bell curve of like, oh, I'm starting to get it. What the fuck is happening? Oh, I'm starting to get it. What the fuck, dude? So it's a little bit of that. All right. All right. Waited for the ad break to be done. Let's continue.
Where is it? I'm sure I left it here the last time I looked. It's you.
You who?
You. I saw you. Dead. You can't be here. How do you know my name? And who are you? You look like me. Why does she call you by my name? Of course. Of course. What did you call her? Lucy? You know who she is. It's none of your business where I've been. You need to stop tracking me for your own safety. If you keep up like this, our whole family is at risk. Who? Lucy, I don't know who that is. Please, Lucy, I know where this is heading.
Yeah,
Think about something else.
He might have used the machine too much.
Don't leave me again.
Yeah, he's hallucinating.
It's thunder. Like you've heard 1,000 times before. Don't look so surprised. What do you mean? She can't be a stranger to you. Just a second ago you were talking. Look at her. Look at her face. How do you not see? Her own husband, and you can't summon the guilt to mourn her. Just try. Please. Just try to remember her.
You know, it brings up a weird question that I had in my head. Like, what would a sociopath not be affected by this disease because they don't have emotional connections to people?
And there's the thunder once again. You were too slow. Your one chance at tantalizing redemption lost forever. Run all you like. It's too late for Tabitha. You can't save either of them. What am I doing? Of course.
The film.
The film.
Someone uses a zipper. think we've already done this. Have we not? Right. I fear that I what I planned. Oh, whoops. Shit, time code 32. Yeah, sorry. That wouldn't be it. Okay. There it is. Punk's not dead, bro.
Hello, Rhea. I know you can hear me. I know how that machine of yours works.
He's gonna burn it down, burn himself in
I should imagine you've listened to all the deaths so far.
Yep.
Then you know more than I do. And I'm sure you've seen my crimes.
I have indeed.
Perhaps then you'll join me in celebration of what's to come. What will you think of me, I wonder? The villain who stole your friends, or the hero who did what no one else could? I do not mind either way. I know what I am doing is right, and nothing will shake me from that conviction. In future times, when our knowledge of spectronoetics has improved, perhaps I will be rediscovered and hailed as an unsung hero.
Yeah, nah.
But that is not why I do what I do.
Nah.
I always thought our restricted use of the machine was shameful. I quit the company to forge my own path, to solve the mysteries that others could not. It was the intriguing cases that attracted me the most, of course. I spent my time sneaking into the sites of unsolved crimes, piecing it all together myself. I thought I was careful to never talk to anyone in person. But I must have made a mistake. I must have brought my work home with me. My house was bigger than I needed, I'll admit. But it had never crossed my mind. I didn't think. And then one day, there she was, lying peacefully in the conservatory, the wife I couldn't remember. Next came the children. 2 young girls.
Excuse me.
My daughters. And I couldn't even do them the decency to cry for them. I'd forgotten who they were. I'd forgotten who I was. Perhaps you can sympathize. You arrived at an empty house to a machine that
Like
someone
disco
unknown had set up
lemonade.
just for you. How lonely it must have been to toil away in solitude, with nobody to keep you company except the long-forgotten voices of the dead. Except now you know better. You did no such thing. You were surrounded by your co-workers, your friends, but each of them were erased, one by one. Your evening becoming retroactively emptier and emptier, drained of all
Shut up,
humanity
Pete.
until all that is
Someone
left
already
is
told me their
you and
playthrough
the
took
machine.
13 hours, so I'm right on pace. It's fine. Fuck you.
For you, it is one evening. For myself, it is a lifetime. I work alone, I sleep alone, I always have. I have no parents, I have no friends. Every part of who I am has been stripped away. I don't even know what's missing.
Fuck you, Vincent. You
There's
and
a
Pete should
memorial here
fucking
to
butt chug
Eleanor
each other's
Galley,
fucking comfort
dearly
bubbles.
loved by her parents and her two brothers, Rupert and Oswald. She can't have had anything to do with the curse, of course, if everyone remembered her. Although,
Thank you.
I suppose it got her too, in a way. No one remembers her now. If you are to outlive me, Rhea, then perhaps I could ask of you one wish. The house has stood for long enough. Please, let nothing remain. Not the bodies, not the house, not the machine. Let it all be forgotten. Then she and I may join our families in obscurity. That is all I ask. I've already destroyed all my personal effects. I've erased every record of my existence I could find. I am no one. I am no one at all.
Oh, I was wondering why he blew out the match, because he lit a candle.
I already began to remember her. Who was she?
And he's just gonna stand there like this in the fire.
Megan. I remember.
Chug what? Comfort bubbles, Pete.
Comfort bubble, comfort bubble,
Yeah, walk right into that one. I'm sorry, VOD watchers. I'm sorry, VOD watchers. Hoisted by my own petard, indeed. There they are. Zero, zero in the living room. And it was Vic, Damien, Helen, Rupert, Oswald, Tony, and Vic, and Eve. Oh wait, was that or Martha, not Helen, excuse me. Oh, Eddie, not Troy, Eddie. Or was it? No, it was Eddie and Eve. Yeah, it was Eddie. Okay, it was Eddie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rupert, right.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco.
Oh, I used it too much. And now I'm fucked.
I didn't think you'd come. It's been a long time, hasn't it? How have you been?
I can't say life has treated me well, but you make the best with what you're given.
Rupert, darling, is your camera set up? I'd like to get a photograph with the whole family.
We'd better excuse ourselves then, Vic.
Nonsense, Damien. You two are as much a part of this family as anyone else. Come on, everyone. Get in frame.
Oh, I don't think I'm prepared for a photo. I really should go and tidy myself
You
up.
look wonderful already, Vic. Come on, Dad, take the photo.
That's it. Now, everyone look at the camera.
Sorry, Martha. I should really let my mum know we're here. Do you have a phone I could use?
There's one in the dining room, Victoria. Take as long as you need.
I'd love to get this playing again. I did promise John.
John!
What role is in there at the moment?
Oh, that's the one Eddie was playing for me earlier. How does it go again, Eddie?
Oh, you haven't forgotten already, have you?
I only wanted you to remind me.
Rupert, darling, what are you up to?
I'm just setting it up. Give me a little longer.
You're hardly recognizable from when I last saw you, Eddie.
That was a long time ago, Uncle.
Well, you've grown into quite the respectable gentleman.
Thanks. And if I'm ever too humble, I'll always have Eve here to balance me out.
I can't believe you sometimes, Eddie.
Eve, it was a joke. Eve, come back.
Almost there.
I should go and make sure Vic's all right. I'll be back in a minute.
Gosh, everyone seems so busy this evening. I'm sure Helen and Tony should be coming down soon.
I'm not a fan of crowds. These young people talk too much.
Well, it's nice to have everyone together in the same house, at least. And happy birthday, Rupert.
Happy birthday, dear brother.
Thank you. Ah, here we go. Let's have a listen.
You beat the game. You beat the game. Good job. You beat it. Beat it. Beat the game. You beat the game. Nice work. You saw the last scene and you beat the fucking game. Good for you. Now explain the game? Okay. First, we see a guy named John I'm not falling for that. Okay, no, you see a guy named John Hobbs, and then I gotta say the voice acting in this game was very good. They did very good. Everybody in the game did very well. Did you not like the Root Tree Jet? I just never got into it, Excalibur. This one I kind of got into more like right away for some reason. I don't know. I don't have a real good explanation for you. I think maybe I just played the demo of it and I never actually gave the 1.0 a shot. I don't know. That might also be what it is. It's constantly reading. This one has voice acting. Huge difference made. If it's this one was 100% voice acted. That's probably what it was. Hard to stream if it's all just reading. Oh shit, we're gonna burn it all down, bitch. Burn it all down. All the memories, all the bodies, the entire mansion. However, they never really explained the time dilation between the story and the end story. Oh shit, I have to do it. Because they said this recent events in the newspaper. And they even showed the mansion being like all dilapidated and boarded up and spider webs and shit. That was never solved for me. Like why they were like, here's the newspaper. It was recent. They even said recent. And I pointed that out. Recent? We have like technology and shit and they're still in the fucking early 1900s. Yeah, gap, whatever. Scorch hellfire, I might have used the wrong word. Do it. The newspaper could be old. They said out of their mouths recently. And look at this thing. It's not recent. Oh shit, we detected that the game may have crashed or closed unexpectedly. If you need help, please see our troubleshooting page. You can also message us on our Discord. So the game noticed it was like, oh shit, we shit the bed. Sorry. What happens if I press continue? You want me to try 01 ST 12? Wait. Oh, I already did it. I got that one. Yeah, I sussed that out myself. As soon as I twigged on the thunderclaps being deaths, the first one wasn't explained, so it had to be Rupert. So I already saw that one. The one thing I did want to see though is how do we do on achievements? No, what was the one we missed? Oh, type H-E-L-P. Amelia's just a piano artist. She's a oh wait, no, it's calibrate. There we go. Oh wait, no. Oh, for Helen's room. Okay, so I can go H E and then then I make L and P. Hold on. Contact, it said contact Longley. Look right here. Contact Longley. fuck does that mean? Yeah, now I have all the achievements, but... Oh, Contact Long Way. I believe it's an Easter egg from the text-based game. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I actually did figure that. But I wasn't sure. Okay, cool. 100%ed it. Let's go. What were the achievements? Ask the machine for help. Oh, 31.3% of people found that because of this. Okay. Because I like the way they put it in there, so they let you know, like, oh, H-E-L-P, I get it. Type help. Because of the previous game that it's based on, type help. What is the achievement? Oh. Yeah, that's only, okay. The least amount of people got this achievement, but whatever. This is a pretty easy 100%able game. All right. All right, y'all. That's going to do it for me today. That was fun, dude. That was really fun. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys had a good time. I will be back tomorrow, so come on out tomorrow, because it is If Then and Indie Saturday. I'll be here making the menu for tomorrow. Bring your subs, bring your gift subs, bring your resubs, and we'll enter you into a drawing. We don't have much ground to make up for as of yet, so I'm going to set a goal, see if we can hit it. No speedruns for Mold Rise. Got to lower that time. I know. What's my off-stream game in the moment? Nothing, Vincent. The way our house is set up right now, I stay up here, I'm isolated from the rest of the house. Like, our other house was all one level, so we could call to each other and, you know, just visit each other without having going up and down stairs and shit like that. Like, I'm isolated in the upper corner of our house, so I haven't been playing games on my own. But we're gonna figure that out. No, I'm thinking about like mobile gaming or laptop gaming or something like that while we watch TV or you know, eat dinner. I mean, you know, that kind of shit. Some way I can game on the main floor, because me being up here is like I'm shutting myself off from the rest of the family, and I don't want to do that. So, any hoozles, I'll see you tomorrow for If Then and Indie Saturday. And until next time.
For all of my Berserkers. And for all of Ziconia. This is me screaming.
This is Co-Carnage. Make sure to wish this Co-Carnage. Make sure to wish this
Oh my God!
What have I done?
What have I done? No! I can't wait for that alert to go away. See ya!